Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Is my sound on? Can you hear me? Let me just make sure my settings. Hold on. My computer did updates, and I just want to make sure it didn't reset. Okay, it should be okay. Good. So, excellent. So, I made something. I just couldn't get it out of my head because Dancing with the Dogs just comes up so much. It's like a catchphrase or a tagline or whatever, you know. I feel like at this point. So I made this, and you know. We hear a good bit. In the last recap, we heard Sarah on the stand again. We heard her talking about her dogs. Now, they are red Boston Terriers. However, those seem to be more rare. I had a hard time finding pictures. Y'all, if y'all know me, I always try to use the actual things from the actual trial. So initially, I started out with the pictures of Penny and Boo Boo. What are their names? Forget their names. Her two dogs. Because there's a picture. One of each dog has a picture admitted when she's on the stand, and the picture is, and it's kind of weird, right? Like when you think about people with their dogs, because you know, if you look at my phone, there's like 50 gazillion pictures of Frodo. Like it's just, you know, but the picture they admit of here, actually, I can show you guys. Hold on, because it's insane. It's insane. I just want to show you. I will show you what I'm working with. Was working with these dogs pictures here. Let's see, because it's kind of crazy. Okay, let me see, can I share? Yeah, okay, let me share this. Let me do share screen instead. That'll be the better way to do it. Hold on just a sec. Share the whole screen. Let's do that. Okay. All right. All right. So this is one of the dogs. I forget which one it is. Penny or Boo Boo. I don't know. I think Penny is one of the dog's names. I don't know if Boo Boo is the other one. All right. So there. I mean, this is what you have going on. This is the dog right here. Very cute. But as much as I tried to enhance this to make it to where you can actually see the dog, didn't happen. And then the next one is this one. So much better picture, but also the dog is asleep. So I needed dogs to be dancing. So this is, but what's weird, these are the only pictures of the dogs that came in. I mean, you know, maybe it would have been cumulative, but so now back to this. So essentially my point is that, you know, that's why I didn't use her actual dogs, because basically it was pointless. So this is what I got for Dancing with the Dogs. So hopefully you guys like it. I love the one on the right. Shout out to Candace. I love a good dirt face when it comes to dogs. I also had a lot of fun trying to match the text and the color. So yeah, so that's Sarah's new TV show. The other thing I have is, as promised as well, I wanted to, where is it? Here it is. Can you guys see this? Hold on, let me make sure you guys can see this. There we go. See, look at this. High tech. All right. So I had mentioned yesterday that I was going to try to enhance the quote unquote artwork on the wall if I could. This is really the best I could do because, again, this picture, the original, is just very washed out, whatever. You know, and like I've been making jokes all along about the artwork, right? Like, what is this, like finger painting? You know, I was making these jokes because just she treats him like children, and the activities they do, it sounds like children. Well, that's the art. I'm gonna zoom in more. Here it is. That's the art on the left, and that's it. That's the artwork. And so I will say this, you guys know that I cannot draw to save my life. Like, in fact, what was it that I was listening to? Something. It might have been reportings out of the Delphi trial, which I'm going to talk about here in a sec, but where they like, it was like okay, yeah, that's what it was. Because it was a situation where they had an eyewitness and they said, and they were interviewing this eyewitness, okay, and they asked the eyewitness, you know, can you describe the person you saw? They describe it, and then they were like saying something about the position the person was in, and they're like, okay, can you try to draw us, you know, what the position looked like, as in like draw the person and the way. It doesn't have to look like the person, but just to draw to show the position they were standing weird or something like that. And I thought to myself, if that were me, they would get a squirrel and they'd be like, wait, sorry, maybe you misunderstood it. We're asking you to draw the person. I'd be like, this is all I can draw. Like, that's it. Like, I cannot draw to save my life. However, even for me, this quote unquote artwork is, I don't even know. It looks like it was made by children. Again, not a diss towards children, because all children can draw better than I can. Literally every child on the planet can draw better than I can. But given how much talk there was about making artwork and being artistic, on and on and on and on, you know, it's like Sarah seemed to kind of try to make it seem like they were like she was an artist, right? Like there was like actual good art. I didn't really ever think that was the case. I was just like more in line with like the finger painting idea, but anyway, so there's the art. So, but I'm going to pull up my dancing with the dogs while I finish talking about, I was going to tell this Delphi. So just in case anyone hasn't heard, there's some big news out of Delphi, Indiana, for the trial of Richard Allen. And, so, you know, I believe that jury is sequestered like 24/7, the same way they were in the Casey Anthony trial. And so because of that, just like in the Casey Anthony trial, but they'll have court on Saturday, like a half day. So they had court today. So here's the big news though. In summary, you know, with all the fuckery that's going on and everything, but in summary, you know, there's those interrogation videos, right, that have never been released to the public. The state had chose not to admit them into evidence and play them in the trial. How do you know when something is bad for the state? Oh, that's how. However, perhaps the one time Judge Gall has ruled, in my opinion, properly in what I mean by that is ruled in something that should have elicited a ruling in favor of the defense, and she actually did it. This would be the anomaly here. The state opened the door, and the defense, you know, they had a sidebar, and the defense said these videos need to come in. Like how often is it, right? So you've got the state wants to keep the interrogation videos out, and the defense wants the interrogation videos in. Like wild. I hate that there's no audio or cameras. I hate it. I hate it so much. So part of what happened here is that the detective who was on the stand, Holberg, I always forget his name, starts with an H. He, you know, he's the one who interviewed Richard Allen and doing the read technique, and first of all, the big bombshells, like it comes in, he's able to talk to the jury about how you can detect deception, which, as we all know, is a whole thing. But that's never admissible in court usually. Of course, it's let in because Judge Gall, and so he's able to say that he is trained in detecting deception. So then they ask him, like, and this is on direct, and then they ask him, like, okay, so what are some signs of deception, you know, that you notice with Richard Allen? And he says, touching his face, breaking eye contact, and like looking up or down or around or something like that, right? And And so then that kind of opens the door into asking more questions about his demeanor, Richard Allen's demeanor. And then, and this is indirect. And then what happens there is, with the whole thing about his demeanor being in question, then it becomes a matter of, well, the jury's going to have to see that now. And that's how they talked about it at sidebar, I guess. And these interrogation videos are coming in. I don't think they were played yet today, but I think they'll be coming in on Monday. And then from what I was reporting that has come out of court is that the way that Mr. Baldwin started cross exam was his first question to this detective was, Mr. whatever his last name is, forget, Holman, Holberg, whatever, Mr. So-and-so. You know, something, what was it like? So like, it's like, Mr. So-and-so, you said that, you know, looking up or down or breaking eye contact is a sign of deception. He's like, yes. And then he's like, and how many times have you done that while you've been, you know, testifying on the stand or something along those lines? And it was just like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, great, get him, you know? Like this dude. And then they go on about how he says something like, so you said that, you know, if a defendant isn't read their rights, if they're going to be given a custodial interview and they're not read their rights, that interview could be rendered invalid, basically, right? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, so where, shout out to Cece, happy to see you. So then he's like, so where, when did you read, you know, I guess they're looking at the transcript of the interrogation. And he's like, so when did you read Mr. Allen his Miranda rights? So then we get to this whole thing about their videos. Dude, it's insane. And he's like, oh, well, so basically we have the video, you know, it's automatically recorded. He's like, it malfunctioned at that time. So this detective is sitting on the stand, meanwhile, doing the things that he has described are signs of deception, touching his face, looking away. Meanwhile, saying that they recorded the whole thing, but somehow magically, the part where they were supposed to be reading him his rights, the camera malfunctioned and then kept working and then came back on. Like, you joking? But that gets worse than that. The camera also magically quit working every time they interviewed the eyewitnesses. I mean, what? It sucks that we can't see this because honestly, I think it would almost be a toss-up of between like which is worse, this or Karen Reed in terms of the miscarriage of justice. What I will say is this might be worse in the way that the forced confessions, and then from all accounts, Richard Allen's been basically, his life has been completely like fucked. Like Karen Reed has people in her corner that are like, she's not guilty, she's innocent, right? Like that's obviously. But the thing is that with usually when you've got a criminal defendant and they're charged with a crime, what happens almost always, right, is if they're acquitted, their life is over and everyone still thinks they're guilty. Perfect example of that, Casey Anthony. Perfect example of that. And so Karen Reed's really kind of an anomaly where there's people that really believe in her innocence. But with Richard Allen in such a small town and with such a notorious case, when they brought him in for the interrogation, he said, you know, my life is over, in reference to the fact that before they brought him in, they had already interviewed all of his neighbors, implying that they thought he was Bridge Guy, like saying they knew he did it, that type of shit, right? They had already interviewed his whole family, everybody in the town, to where he's like, everybody's already going to think I'm guilty, right? And then that's that whole thing that you try to avoid, right? Because that's what you don't want. But the way that whole thing went down when they had the pictures and the pictures kept changing and then the video, and then they're like, okay, we know who it is, you know, and then it's like, aha, we got him, you know, and it's like, man, it's just wild. From what I've heard, there are still because it's such a small rural area, there are still flyers up in that area with the original like sketch of Bridge Guy, like, do you know who this is? Which is just insane. It's just hard to even wrap the head around that those are still up there. So it's wild. The accounts that I've heard are that this cross-examination of this detective was some of the finest lawyering anyone's ever seen. And it's a shame that we don't get to watch it. Shame is an understatement. And so, yeah. But those interrogation videos are coming in. They'll be really interesting. And the biggest thing too, by the way, is that because of that, eventually they will get released to the public because they're going to be coming in. I don't know when, but eventually they will be made public because of this. Otherwise, if they weren't being admitted, I don't know that they ever would be. So look at this face though. Like, it's just so good. Okay. So without further ado, we're going to carry on with day 5. So I'm gonna have to stop sharing so then I can share my other tab here. Let's see here. Here we go. Perfection. So let me get
by her attorneys wearing a black suit and pink blouse. All members of our jury are present this morning. State, is there anything we need to address before we bring in our panel? Defense, anything we need to address?
Yes, Judge, I intend to introduce these 2 exhibits that have already been.
I didn't mean to. Sorry, but how funny. There's no subtitles on this one for some reason. That's funny after all of these videos. Okay.
Need to be sent to from the defense side.
We'll pass it along.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Unavailable. Wow. Y'all let me know. Do y'all feel like you need, I mean, I feel like the sound has improved over the course of the trial. Do y'all want to have the subtitles? Or are you guys okay? Just let me know if you feel like you, and then I can see if I can find a feed that has the subtitles, or unless it's one of those things where it's like this whole day didn't have them. I don't know. So yeah. Here you are with day 5. We're still at this point. We're at the defense is about to rest their case in chief. I think they're gonna like admit some pictures in. Rising to the jury.
Stage of Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse.
All right. He's going to publish these exhibits.
This document is exhibit.
Taking forever. I love their little cups of water. You know, I think I pointed it out before too, that I'm pretty sure those are the same cups that they have in the Casey Anthony trial. Because I'm pretty sure I commented on that at one point when I noticed those cups. And I was like, wait a second. Because that was in 2011. Do they still have the exact same cups 13 years later? And if so, they must have some sort of crazy ass contract with whoever makes those very specific cups. Like we're in it for life. You know what I mean? Like,
Sarah Boone, the defense rep.
Thank you. Defense or state.
Okay. So what happened was they right. Okay. So remember, we see this a lot of times when they, either party is going to rest their case, where that's your last chance to admit things into evidence that you might use it, for example, in closing arguments or something, right? Or even if you might use it like, on cross or something for the other side's case. So what happened there was they went ahead and admitted some other pictures into evidence, but they're not publishing them. They just needed to get them in. So my thought would be it's with the intention to use them in closing. So that's it. So they just needed to get those into evidence, and then they're resting.
Are you intending on putting on a rebuttal case?
Let me back that up so we can officially hear them rest.
Mr. Owens, any other additional witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir?
No, sir. On behalf of Sarah Boone, the defense rep.
Thank you. Defense or state, are you intending on putting on a rebuttal case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tonia Werner.
All right, and the shit show. Let the shit show begin. When this was happening, I caught I was in and out listening to this, but this is just apparently just crazy what happens here with this expert. And initially they were expecting to potentially even like start closing arguments on this day, on day 5, or at the latest Friday morning. That was the initial plan. But with this expert, all of the drama that arose and chaos that arose regarding this expert took almost the whole day. And that's what set everything back a little bit. I mean, they're way ahead of schedule anyway, but set it back from what they thought was going to happen. And then, of course, closing arguments didn't start until what, like 4 o'clock on Friday? Something like that. Cece says they have their eyes closed. I hope you're okay. Is that a good thing? Here she comes.
You swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Doctor, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Tonia, Tonia, Werner, W-E-R-N-E-R.
Thank you. You may be seated, ma'am.
Did she say T-O-N?
And nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Doctor, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Tonia, Tonia, Werner, W-E-R-N-E-R.
Thank you. You may be seated, ma'am.
T-O.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at Meridian Behavioral Healthcare in Gainesville, Florida.
And what services do you render there?
I'm their chief medical officer.
And can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
Yes. So I graduated with an undergraduate degree at the University of South Florida in chemistry. I then attended medical school at American University of the Caribbean. I did a residency in psychiatry at Connecticut Valley Hospital in Connecticut under the auspices of Yale University. I then came back to Florida and did a fellowship 1 year in forensic psychiatry at the University of Florida.
And since your educational background, what have you been doing professionally?
Yes. So I'm a licensed physician in Florida. I am board certified in general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry. I was initially employed on faculty at the University of Florida from 1998 through 2015. I retired there.
Oh, I'm not even listening to her. My brain. So what happened was she said something about she went to that school, the University of the Caribbean or whatever. And all it did is it reminded me that there was some other expert in some trial who said they went to the University of, and it wasn't that exact same. It was something similar though. It was like the University of Antigua and Barbuda or something like that. And we were like, what? And then we were like, is this even a real thing? And like, so then we went on a little tangent, like looked it up. Like there's a real school there. Is this really, it sounded like something that was made up, but it was real. But now I'm like trying to remember which expert that was and what trial that was. So if anyone remembers, let me know.
As the vice chairman of the Department of Psychiatry and the director of the Forensic Institute. I then went to work as the chief medical officer at Meridian Behavioral Healthcare, which is a community mental health center.
Psychiatry.
So psychiatry is the treatment of mental health disorders.
And what is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is the interplay of psychiatry and the law. So anywhere where psychiatry intersects with legal issues.
What is the difference, if any, between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
I knew he was going to ask that next. I should have paused it and said it so that I could do my squirrely crystal ball. I knew that was going to be the next question.
So a psychiatrist has gone to medical school where a psychologist has not.
And as a licensed
So
physician, are you able?
Why are they asking that, right? Because we finished out yesterday. We finished out yesterday's live stream, the previous recap, with the defense expert. Well, experts plural, but they had one who was more of a general expert and then one who actually met with Sarah 9 times. Both were psychologists, okay? And they were both, well, I'm going to take it back. I really liked the first dude. I thought he was awesome. I initially thought I really liked the lady, but then, and if you watch the live stream, you'll hear it. But then I kind of walked that back after I noticed a big difference in how she was answering questions between direct examination and cross-examination, where even though Mr. Owens was a complete mess, she was like able to answer his questions. And then how to say it? It made me feel like maybe she was actually being a little bit evasive with Mr. J, which, you know, is normal for witnesses, right? When you're there testifying for one side, they get called by, you know, whatever. However, in a situation where you're a treating psychologist of the act, or you were treating the defendant, right? You really don't want to come across as biased, right? Your best shot is to come across as not biased, so that because you know that you have you know that you've got the what's the way to say it? You know that you are the underdog. It's not what I was looking for. You've got the harder job there, right? To convince a jury that you're not biased and that you're not just saying the defendant, blah, blah, whatever the thing is. So anyway, so I didn't think she was nearly as bad as the expert from the Ezra trial that was really, really, really biased. And also, she also didn't have the attitude or the ego, but she did come across as a little bit evasive and biased. And I think that, you know, for any expert, it's just something to be careful about, right? Because it's like, what made me think of it is just the obvious difference of how she was with direct questioning and how she was with cross. I think when you can tell when you've got a really reliable, fair expert when their demeanor is the same, regardless of who's asking the questions, right? Now, the first defense expert, I think, was great. And he, to me, was like that. So anyway, but my point is that they brought in 2 psychologists. So just to try to one-up them or whatever, if you could even call it that, because it's just kind of arbitrary, the state calls a psychiatrist because the difference is a psychiatrist went to medical school. Now, that's what she says the difference is. Of course, there's more differences than just that, but that's the difference he wanted her to say, to try to make it seem like she's more educated.
Able to prescribe medication.
Yes, I am.
In the course of practicing medicine as a psychiatrist, do psychiatrists prescribe medication to treat mental disorders?
Yes, we do.
And when did you begin your work as a forensic psychiatrist as opposed to working at the faculty at the University of Florida, or was that concurrent?
In 1996 in the state of Connecticut. While I was doing my training at Yale University, I testified for the first time as an expert witness in the state of Connecticut.
And over the course of your career, have you done forensic psychiatric evaluations?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Thousands of times.
And does this include
looks-
on matters such as competence?
Very
Yes.
smiley and happy to be there.
It does.
And does it, just explain briefly to the jury, what does that mean, legal
Wow.
competence?
So competence is, do they understand the legal process? Do they understand who the different players are?
Now, I will say, I do think it's interesting that I guess I don't know that I've ever heard yet of a psychiatrist being able to administer those types of tests for competency to stand trial. So she's saying it's forensic psychiatry. It's interesting. I mean, thinking about it logically, right? When you think about a psychologist versus a psychiatrist, beyond the medical school thing, right? Psychologists are really looking at the functioning, how somebody thinks, right? You know, versus the psychiatrists are more about medicating them, right? That's just where they come from. And so when you think about when it comes to forensics and it comes to things like competency, it makes more sense that would be in the wheelhouse of a psychologist because, you know, administering them medication is irrelevant there, right? This is just assessing their competency. So I'm surprised. This is the first time I've heard of someone who's a psychiatrist, you know, saying that they do these competency evaluations. Interesting.
Are in the courtroom, who's on their side, who's not on their side, what they're charged with, what the possible penalties are, what the possible plea options are.
And have you ever done any forensic evaluations about insanity?
I have. I've done sanity at the time of the crime, and also I've been appointed by the governor of the state of Florida to do sanity for execution.
And have you ever been involved in working as a forensic psychiatrist involving the subject matter of battered spouse syndrome?
I have.
Can you describe your experience in that area for the jury?
I've been asked to do evaluations by the prosecution and defense several times with regards to, and it's come up in different cases, criminal cases with regards to intimate partner violence.
And does all violent episodes within a relationship result in something that we are describing as battered spouse syndrome?
No.
And I see there is a book in front of you. What book is in front of you?
DSM-5.
So this is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and this is the 5th edition.
Go figure.
Which is the most current edition.
Is battered spouse syndrome in there as a diagnosis?
It's not.
No, it is
we
not.
know that.
And where, if anywhere, does it fit into any of the categories within the DSM-5 TR?
It would come under one of the trauma categories, most specifically under most likely post-traumatic stress disorder.
Can you describe for the jury what post-traumatic stress disorder is?
So this is a disorder that's recognized under the DSM for individuals who have suffered a traumatic event, and then they have re-experiencing of the traumatic event. They have different symptoms besides re-experiencing, such as hyperarousal, and also avoidance of triggers or symptoms, things that would trigger a response to it.
Are there any agreed upon criteria within the relevant forensic psychiatric and forensic psychological communities about battered spouse syndrome?
There are.
And what would those be?
So it's again, having experienced a trauma, repeatedly, violence within an intimate relationship, and then having symptoms secondary to that, avoidance, so tiptoeing around, trying to avoid recreating the violence.
And if a person experiences an environmental stimuli, something happens to them, another person does or says something to them, is their subjective reaction what is defined as whether there's trauma present or not?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me rephrase it.
You can rephrase.
You described
He's like, what's happening?
there's a difference between experiencing a violent relationship and whether or not that person is going to experience trauma from those behaviors they witness and experience. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah, she's starting to look
Is
like
it fair to
it's
say
funny.
that an experience that a person has, whether or not that person believes it's traumatic, is a subjective experience?
Yes, each individual is different, and so each individual is going to take that experience differently.
Can hypothetically a couple be involved in a violent relationship for a number of years, even 3.5 years, and battered spouse syndrome not necessarily apply to either or both of them?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain that?
So again, each individual is different. So one individual may develop the symptoms of battered spouse syndrome, and one individual may not under the same exact circumstances, just depending on their makeup and what they've experienced in their background and their biological makeup.
And is there a cycle of violence that is sometimes used to describe battered spouse syndrome?
There is.
Can you describe that?
There is. So there's the initial. There's kind of a tension buildup section where you feel the kind of tension building up, and the individual can feel kind of the incident coming, and then there's the actual incident of violence. And then following the incident of violence, there's a honeymoon phase, what they call the honeymoon phase, and that's the third phase, where the individual who created the violence attempts to make up to the victim and recreate kind of the relationship and pull them back in. And then it starts all over again, where you feel the kind of tension start building up again to the incidents of violence.
Does abuse have to come in the form of physical or sexual violence?
No.
Can you explain your answer?
So it can also come in ways of coercion. It can come in ways of control, such as financial. So if an individual controls another individual financially, or controls their ability to drive or go out, their ability to be around their other family members or friends, kind of isolates them from other individuals, controls their ability to work, so controls their ability to make money or access the funds, so they can control them in any number of ways.
Is this kind of about like an inequitable power dynamic in the relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
Can a man be on the receiving end of emotional or physical or sexual trauma and potentially experience, strike that. Can a man be on the receiving end of verbal, harsh words, physical violence, or sexual violence, and end up having the syndrome of battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, it crosses all boundaries, and we see it in all types of relationships, whether it be heterosexual or homosexual relationships. We see it cross all boundaries. And
can this element of control come from controlling personal items such as identification papers?
yes, absolutely.
Can control potentially, hypothetically, come from partner A gifting partner B an item, but still considering that item partner A's because he or she paid for it, even though it was a gift?
Yes.
You really
And-
wanted to get that testimony in
In this particular
with
case,
the other experts, and he gave that bike example or whatever, and like it was like they were like, no, and she said yes.
you asked to do an evaluation of Sarah Boone.
Yes,
Do you see Ms. Boone in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where she is and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at a table there, wearing a dark suit and a pinkish top.
Did the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
What date did you have an evaluation of Ms. Boone?
It was early in October, I believe October 2nd.
And this was at the request of the state of Florida
Yes, it was.
and subject to a court order?
Yes,
And where, who was present for this evaluation?
the defense and the prosecution.
All right. Tell us about the evaluation with Ms. Boone. What do you do first?
So I met with Ms. Boone at the jail in a conference room. Again, the prosecution was there and her attorney. I met with her for approximately 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours. I introduced myself and explained that the interview would not be confidential, that I would be coming to court if asked to share my opinions. And she agreed to participate. I then start out with just general information. So getting to know her, date of birth, kind of background information, who her parents are, childhood. I go through her educational background, work background.
Is there a work
her
background?
marital background.
know.
I go through health, psychiatric background, any substance use issues. I do a mental status examination.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Elaborate further on that.
So a mental status examination is just questions to determine kind of memory and cognition, kind of how their thought process is, how they're thinking. Are they able to kind of fluidly think through process?
What's interesting about this is like, for those of us who watched enough of these trials, we know that this, the mini mental status exam or whatever is like, it's like akin to what they gave, well, I'm going to leave that out. It's akin to like they give to like a dementia or Alzheimer's patient. It's like, remember these 5 words and like, can you draw a clock and like that type of shit, right? It's like the most basic like test. But they tend to give it to everybody whenever they're doing these like forensic evaluations. What's interesting is like that the other psychologists that actually met with Sarah 9 times did not administer that, which is, I actually didn't even think of it until now. I'm just like, oh, that is weird. Cause like they always administer that. She only administered 2 tests, I believe. The first one was just like your basic competency. And then the second one was like the Miller something. And that was supposed to be to detect feigning. And I think that was it. Just wild.
Processes.
All right, go on after that.
And then I transitioned from there into walking through the incident that happened with her.
All right, what did she indicate occurred on February 23rd, 2020 to you?
Right. Is it all right if I refer to my notes just to
Just if you need them to refresh your memory, please do so, but don't read from them. Just let us know.
So she had a difficult time recalling what time they actually woke up that day. Initially, she said in the morning, and then she said she wasn't even sure that it was in the morning. She said that they both wanted to drink, but that she asked that they could clean the house first instead, and that they did some vacuuming and cleaning. They had a half a bottle of wine left over from the day before that they drank. She felt about 4:00 in the afternoon. They drank that out on the back porch. And she described that they had kind of 2 beach chairs out there and a dartboard, and that they kind of hung out there a lot on the back porch, spent time out there. They did a puzzle out there and completed that, and then did some kind of artwork. She felt like he was
we saw the artwork earlier. For anyone who, if you're coming in here around this area, go back to the beginning of the stream where we take a look at the quote artwork.
getting frustrated, thinking about his life, that he had lost his job. And so she encouraged him to call his daughters, although she knew that that they did not like to talk to him when he was drinking. So I'm not sure why she had encouraged him to call them at that point, because they were already drinking. And she also at some point encouraged him to call his brother, because she wanted him to explain to his brother that he had pulled her down the stairs the night before, although that didn't happen. He didn't explain that to the brother, and according to her. And then at some point they went and got another bottle of wine and some cigarettes from the grocery store and continued to drink. And then they were inside the house. And then he, I guess, tagged her at some point and said, "Tag, you're it," which indicated that they were going to play hide and seek.
Makes no sense.
And she said she went upstairs and hid in the shower and waited for him to come, and he never came upstairs. Excuse me. And so she eventually came out of the shower to look for him. And as she was coming down the stairs, she said she saw him slipping into a suitcase, which was on the living room floor, that they had.
So Cece, I think Cece must have missed the artwork here. For anyone who's just joining us, I'll pull the artwork back up because it's worth seeing. So I have to stop sharing this and I have to switch it over to the other mode. Just a second, and we will see the artwork again. Hold on. Here it is. Oh, out of stage. Okay, there it is. Right there on the left. That's the artwork. So if you didn't know, you'd think a kid, I mean, right? Like, is it just me or would you all think these were kids? Don't be sorry. It's worth seeing again. It's never going to get old. We love seeing this artwork, quote unquote artwork, as it were. So yeah, I mean, would y'all think these were done by a kid? Because I certainly would. And again, I can't draw to save my life. I fully admit that. But yeah, even with my own standard, I'm like, yep. It is kind of what I expected, but it's just odd because of how much she tries to make it seem like it's, actual artwork. So, okay. So let me pull up. Let's go back to our testimony here. I have to just stop sharing. I wonder if at some point they're going to figure out a way where you can seamlessly transition between sharing different windows without having to unpresent, as it were, on StreamYard. Anyway, all right. Cool.
Put out because they were going to donate it. And sorry. And so she went downstairs and indicated that she had found him, and they were kind of laughing, and she zipped the suitcase up. And they continued to laugh, she said, at that point. And they were having a good time and laughing and enjoying themselves and having a good time. And she said, and then she became angry. So she said she remembered what it felt like when he was choking her. And she became angry.
What did she do after she became angry?
I'm going to refer to my notes at this point.
Refresh your memory, just
Yes.
put them down and then tell
I
us.
think the answer is she murdered him.
She said that she shook the suitcase and that she lost control of it and it flipped.
And then what happened?
Then she said that he stuck 2 fingers out and her son's baseball bat was sitting there, and she picked the bat up and hit his hand.
Then what happened?
And then she went upstairs and waited for him to come upstairs.
One question that I don't know if anyone's asked, but I feel like this is overdue at this juncture. So he was like 103 pounds, right? He's in the suitcase. The suitcase itself would weigh, I don't know, did they ever weigh the suitcase? The suitcase itself would weigh something. I don't know. I mean, I really honestly, I couldn't even estimate. The suitcase itself would weigh something as well. They say that Sarah Boone herself was around 100 pounds at the time. She was like also drunk. I mean, I'm just trying to think, would it be possible for her to even pick that suitcase up and shake it? Because in other words, it would be like lifting more than her own body weight, which I understand is what people do when they bench press, but I don't think Sarah does bench presses in her spare time. You know what I mean? Like, has anyone ever talked about, thought of that? Is that even possible? I don't think I could lift my own body weight. Like when it was in that situation, right? Where it's like all condensed into one heavy thing, it's not dispersed, right? It's like in a suitcase. It just, yeah, right. So this whole thing, and I don't feel like I haven't even heard anyone talk about that, but that's a whole other monkey wrench in this entire story, because I feel like this whole shaking the suitcase thing has been kind of just like, okay, yeah, but it doesn't seem plausible when you think about it. So Cece's asking, how do you fall in a suitcase and it gets zipped up? Well, there's been this entire trial has been a lot of it in terms of the discussion surrounding it has been trying to figure out this very question. And everyone's had different ideas, but I think that we get a better answer, honestly, on this day in trial, day 5. Towards the end of this day, when we get to the video exhibits at the end of the day and the pictures and stuff and the body cam, that explains everything to me. And it's not at all what I think anybody was expecting. So yeah, because it is so wild. It is so wild, but it makes a lot more sense when we get to those video exhibits, which will be happening this episode. So
All right. Alcohol. Can you tell us what you know about the effects as a medical doctor of ethanol or alcohol
oh boy.
on a human body?
Yes. So it causes intoxication, as we all know, and it causes disinhibition. It works on the frontal lobe of the brain and allows us to do things that we wouldn't normally do. It disinhibits us.
And in the course of your practice, have you ever come across a diagnosis of alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, alcohol abuse is an old disorder. So we used to use alcohol dependence and alcohol abuse. It's now been combined in the DSM-5. In the DSM-5 TR, it's alcohol use disorder.
In considering what a patient or a client or somebody that you've been asked to evaluate by a government entity, do you take into account that person who's relaying the history to use a consumption of alcohol at the time of the history that they're given?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because again, it affects their behavior and their actions.
Does alcohol have any effect on a person's memory?
It can.
What, if any, relationship
What,
is
if
there
any?
between acute alcohol use or acute alcohol intoxication and battered spouse syndrome?
It can affect your memory. It can affect your reactions. It can affect your response to different things.
Does the disinhibitory nature of alcohol strengthen, weaken, or have no effect on battered spouse syndrome?
It would depend on each individual again.
Generally speaking, it is important as an evaluator to get as much information as possible for rendering an opinion, such as diagnosing somebody with something out of the DSM-5 TR or battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
In this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of
I'm
this
going to go on a limb here and say that what he's getting at is that there's materials that the defense expert didn't review. My guess is that they're going to be like, she reviewed it.
I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change.
What was your opinion?
My opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
And specifically talking about
Yes.
All right, this might be where the shit hits the fan, as they say, because I know it becomes crazy here. So, I know that some of it, most of it, I feel like is on the record, but I guess they're off the record at the moment. So at some point we'll have sound in the courtroom.
So I appreciate your patience. We're going to things or charge involved, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things, and we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
So dismissing the jury.
Script that we were addressing as to
All right.
additional opinions and other depositions and anything in Dr. Werner's deposition that you believe we need to address regarding this opinion as it relates to PTSD.
Well, Judge, it applied to every opinion she was going to express. It started on page 37.
He said he's got
24.
an issue with the opinion she just gave, and I think where he's going to be going here is a sheet that he is giving that she's giving a different opinion or changed her opinion from what she had initially given in the report. Because remember, when these expert witnesses, they all give these reports and they can't testify to beyond what's in that expert disclosure, right? And if they need to change their opinion, they can do that, but they have to first disclose that and submit that like a supplemental report. We see that all the time where they have an initial report and then a supplemental report. And it's so that way they can testify to that new information, but they can't just add something new on the stand.
Sarah Boone, do you have any diagnosis as it relates to her? And then 38 is when she started talking about a generalized anxiety disorder and that she was not for sure whether Sarah Boone had a generalized anxiety disorder versus if it was just an adjustment disorder to being in jail. And then she also mentioned in that same answer that Sarah Boone had some narcissistic personality traits and that those were my two major diagnoses. And then I questioned her further about that. She explained again on line 17 about general anxiety disorder versus the adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. Line 21, I need time to go through my notes and think about it and process it.
Page. We're still on page 38.
38, line 21. I need time to go through my notes, think about it, process it. But I had other depositions, as you were aware yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I have not had time to process on my notes. And I said on line 39, well, doctor, I'm trying not to inconvenience you. You know, we're set for trial October 7th for jury.
So he's reading from the deposition where he's questioning this expert, the one who's sitting on the stand right now. He's reading from their deposition,
Selection.
her deposition.
Line 6, I anticipate your testimony would be until a little later. So we could discontinue the deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and you have other opinions
Right.
that are not going to be covered. And then I
Well,
asked,
what's happening, and this all makes sense, so remember, this is the state's rebuttal case, and they didn't know, like, it seems like, well, a lot of things kind of happened. Like this case was pending for like 5 years almost, and then a lot of things happened really quickly, right? You know, she at 45 days before trial was pro se, and then she has a defense team, and they're jumping in, trying to get up to speed, which is like a Herculean task. But in addition to all that, there's a lot of things that were so dependent upon what Sarah testified to in terms of this whole battered spouse thing and the overt act. So the state's rebuttal case remained to be seen if there would even be one, because the rebuttal would only happen if this defense came in with the battered spouse. And so it seems like the state kind of retained this expert who's testifying today, retained her kind of last minute. I don't know why they wouldn't have had this kind of already in the works just in case, but it seems like this was a last minute thing. Well, I guess having said that, I guess it kind of makes sense because previously the battered spouse defense wasn't happening, and that only changed once she got representation. So I suppose that's what happened. So, but what's happening now is that they're having this deposition right before trial, and he's asking her what her opinions will be that she will testify to at trial. And she's saying, well, you know, I haven't had time to really fully review such and such materials or whatever, because I've been doing other depositions and blah, blah. And he's saying to her, well, you know, this is really important because we need to know what your expert opinions are going to be that you're going to testify to. Would you like to take more time to review these other materials? And then we can continue the deposition at a later date before trial. So that way you can, you know, that's good on him for that. Like, that's good job, Mr. Owens. That's appropriate. That's a good way to handle that, right? So that way, and this is all, it's good that there's a record of all of this. So let's see what happens next.
so Mr. J asked, what's your position? He said, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me. So that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there has become a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. And I say on line 23 of page 39, well,
Yeah, that's
you
wrong.
obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. Then she said,
Yeah.
But if that happens, I can bring that forward, and then you can add to your deposition at that point if my opinions change after having reviewed further. And I refer to Mr. J. Page 9 of 40, Mr. J says, I think we plow ahead. This is our time with her. Court reporter's prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the week.
Wow.
Something needs to be amended,
End of the weekend.
end of the weekend. If something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report. B, if we need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition that is set for 3 hours.
So one thing I'm going to point out is notice that one of the things that they're talking about as a remedy, the transcript he's reading, one of the remedies that they're referencing here is that if in fact she does have additional opinions after reviewing more information, one of the remedies available to them would be to take a second deposition. So that might become important here. But I do agree with his position here, and I don't agree with Mr. J's position where he's like, let's just plow ahead. It's like, no, I don't know why they didn't schedule the deposition until she had reviewed the appropriate materials, or why, if there was like a deadline and she was supposed to have done it, why she didn't comply. Because it really doesn't make sense for her to be taking the deposition that they're having doesn't make sense if she's not read the shit she's supposed to read and she can't fully give opinions. Like, doesn't make sense. I totally understand why Mr. Owens was like, well, what are we doing here? Do we need to come back and do another one or what?
And then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. And I respond on page 40, line 23. I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has a supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnosis or opinions. Mr. J responds on page line 4. Okay. What I'm understanding her to say is right now, there has been a previous diagnosis of an adjustment disorder in some of the records, and she just needs to review her records to see if she thinks that is the best diagnosis that she would give as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. And then the witness says, you essentially flipped that, Mr. J, upside down. You got that backwards. So we go on to page 42. Line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know.
Yeah, but we're skipping a massive portion of 41
Okay.
that addresses specifically opinions
Let me go back.
as it relates to generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay, the witness starts on line 15. So she's saying she has the generalized anxiety disorder, and I'm saying I want to review it more. Because Sarah Boone had disclosed to the doctor that she had been previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder. And so the Dr. Werner was considering that admission. But she was saying, I want to review it more to see if I think it's more of an adjustment disorder to being in jail, Judge, to being in the correctional setting right now. And that the stressors that she is under right now as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. So Mr. J says on line 22, okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if you have other topics to pose her on, then I suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, that's when I say, I agree. And Dr. Warren, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot, and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know, and I will address it.
We'll address it.
And we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, Dr. Werner says absolutely. And then, do you want me to continue reading or?
If there's portions you want to highlight for me, I mean, I have the transcript. I'm following along with you.
That was the general understanding that we had about all diagnoses, all opinions that she may have. And so she starts talking about the mental status exam that she gave her, and then she page 43, line A, she said she has narcissistic personality disorder traits. Or I asked that question. That's how she answered. She goes through a little bit of that. And then, paraphrasing, she talks about the grandiose component or criteria that she met. And then on page 45.
Because the witness is still sitting there on the stand, like listening to this.
I asked her what other criteria, line 1, would tend to indicate that she was a narcissist. And the answer by Dr. Werner, I didn't say that she was. I said that she has narcissistic traits. And that was the examples.
Judge, excuse me for interrupting, but can we lasso this back into?
I understand that's what the depo reflects, but the non-objection which led to objection pertains to an opinion specifically about post-traumatic stress disorder. At this time, no opinion is being referenced, nor does the call of the question pertain to narcissistic personality traits or a diagnosis of narcissism The question pertains to PTSD.
Right.
All right, page 46. Line 1, question, okay. Do you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 3, answer. She didn't give me criteria with regards to that. She discussed having fear and anxiety of his family and fear that they would come into the jail or have someone else come into the jail and harm her. She talked about that.
Still going on.
And she spoke about, having recollections, remembering abuse from George during the evaluation. Question 13.
No, it's funny because I've heard a lot of thoughts about that whole thing, but I wonder if too, in terms of like trying to say the family's going to harm her, again, going along with the idea that Sarah Boone has exhibited, these characteristics that come across as pretty racist, then, and I've been wondering if some of the things that we will see when we get to these videos stems from maybe some racism in terms of how she treats Jorge. But I wonder if too, this whole thing with the family is like trying to, because like she's still maintaining that whole thing about them going to come and get her in the jail, which makes no sense. Like it almost seems like trying to get them in trouble, trying to get law. I don't know. It's just weird.
113, 146. But you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, in your opinion? Answer, line 15. No. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met the criteria. Question, line 17. Can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Answer, line 19. No, I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Line 21, question, is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? Line 24, answer, I may.
Okay.
Number 25, question, okay, and that's something you will let the lawyers know
So this is valid. It's like I may. So she needs to look through her notes and answer the question
about if that changes. Answer, line 2 of page 47, yes. That's specific to the post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay.
So at the time of this deposition, when I asked her specifically,
So what's the legal objection? What are the legal grounds of the objection?
beyond the
I
scope
would
of
not
the-
take that deposition, Judge. When she said, I have not had time sufficiently to answer these questions, these diagnoses, these opinions, if this wasn't set for a definitive date,
I mean, I think the legal objection, he's not able to, he's just talking, it's outside the scope of our expert opinion, right? It's just beyond the scope. Testifying beyond her they can't testify outside of what's on their report. So
you had already told me it's not going to continue, I would refuse to take that deposition. But under the promises from the state,
What
I
are the
would be notified of the change.
legal grounds of your objection? I'm familiar with the background. I'm familiar with the time frame. I'm familiar with all the dates and the depots and the coordination and everything we had to do to get this all teed up before trial. What are the legal grounds of your objection? I understand the backdrop.
I mean, I don't know if there's a legal ground other than we had an agreement as attorneys, as parties, that I would be notified of a change of opinion and I would be allowed to take a second deposition. That's the only thing I know to object to, because I was not given that opportunity, which was an agreement between the parties.
Response.
Judge, I don't appreciate the implications that they're making. What I would proffer with this witness is, we spoke yesterday. I asked her if she had any change in her opinion about any of the diagnoses. She said no. And I asked, well, then my position, my understanding of her position is that it doesn't matter whether she had PTSD or not, because what Ms. Boone said at the time was that she zipped Mr. Torres up into the suitcase. They were both laughing. And once he was already secured in the suitcase, she became angry and then did all the things that she did. My expected answers from the doctor based on a very brief conversation yesterday and this morning was that if I asked her whether or not PTSD or BSS had anything to do with this particular case, that her answer would be, it doesn't matter because of what she stated happened.
So what he's
I'm
saying,
not asking.
what he's saying is that he didn't intend to elicit that answer from her. So that matters in terms of, because part of what Mr. Owens is saying is like as if the state is trying to elicit a new opinion. He can't find his objection, but that's essentially what he's trying to say is like the state's trying to elicit a new opinion from this expert. And what he's saying is like, we didn't try to elicit that opinion. I expected her answer to just be, it doesn't matter. And then what happened was she gave an answer that was not anticipated by really anybody. That was, again, it's like almost like a new opinion.
Asking her about her diagnosis of PTSD. I'm not going to be going into narcissism. I'm not going to go into whether or not she ever delineated the difference between adjustment disorder or anxiety, because my understanding of what she told me was that none of this matters. None of this matters because of what she said to us during the evaluation.
But the question was, and I may have to ask Madam Court Reporter to read it back, but my memory of what the question was is, have you formulated an opinion with regard to PTSD?
And my expected answer was, it doesn't matter because of what she said during the evaluation.
Okay. Unfortunately, that was not the answer that came from the witness. The answer was a definitive no.
Attorney's fault.
I'm not casting blame. I'm just going back over what was asked and what was said.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Judge, and that's his position, that post-traumatic stress disorder, that doesn't apply in this case, and that he, I'm sure, reflected his opinion to the expert. But that doesn't mean that that's my opinion, that post-traumatic stress does not apply.
That's irrelevant for the purposes of this argument.
Well, our discussions and him feeling like it didn't apply.
Okay, as an officer of the court, he just told me he spoke to the expert yesterday and the opinions hadn't changed. And the opinion that was offered at the deposition was, I'm not sure. And based on what he had proffered as to what he expected the answer to be, the answer was not, it was not going to be any different. It's not applicable. It doesn't matter because of what she told me. That's unfortunately not the answer that was given. So what is it that you're asking me to do at this time, Mr. Owens?
I'm asking, I don't know if we need to proffer the entire testimony of this witness, because opinions and diagnoses have apparently changed. I think I have a right to take a second deposition before she testifies.
What other opinions, Mr. J, if any, are going to be offered by Dr. Werner?
May I just proffer?
Yes.
All right, you've been present for all this hearing. Yes, doctor? Yes. Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations?
No.
All right.
All right.
And so if I,
This is like a proffer in the middle of this entire thing. Crazy. So, because he doesn't know. That's because the judge is asking him, like, what else is she going to say that could be a new opinion? And he's like, I don't know. So we're going to change our little banner here. We are now in this crazy proffer situation.
I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer?
That it's not related to the incident as she reported it.
Because she now just heard him say that anyway.
And if I ask you, therefore, if there were any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be?
No.
And if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening?
No.
That's it.
Judge, number one, she's given a legal opinion. Number two, it's a discovery violation.
What is the legal opinion?
That post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't apply in this case.
Dr. Harper testified it did, and that's what experts do.
I would like to have known that, and that was going to be her opinion before today.
Look at him just sitting there.
That's not a change in testimony. That's
Where is that a change in
Oh, boy.
the
So you're
deposition?
going to have to read the whole transcript. I asked,
No. This is a 87-page transcript. You're objecting. You have the burden to establish your objection.
give me a minute. I'll read through it and find where I asked her.
I mean, this isn't the first time I've looked at this deposition. The state provided it to me when we had the hearing on whether or not battered spouse would be permitted.
This is like a second separate issue that he's bringing up now.
The state provided specific highlights for me to look at. At no point in time did the defense say, look at this, look at this, look at this in her deposition when we had that hearing. So other than what's being provided to me right now and what's been testified to this morning, I don't know what opinions she has. All I know in coming into today is what the basis of her opinion was, specifically with regard to any of the statements that Ms. Boone had provided, which is the whole crux of the state's motion to prevent battered spouse from coming into evidence.
Judge, if you look at page 66, line 20. Let me know when you're there, Judge.
Hang on. Yes, sir.
Page 66, line 20, question. Okay, so other than the couple of hours that you intend to maybe reflect on your notes and anything else, any other work that you intend to do on this case? Answer 23, no, sir. Not that I'm aware of. Line 24, question. And you've expressed all your opinions, at least generally here today. Answer, page 67, line 1. Yes, sir. Question.
Okay.
Then I go into fees. Then on 67, line 7, question. Just double dog sure. You admit that you have no other opinions other than the ones you've expressed here today. Line 10, answer. That I've been asked about. if I'm asked something else, that I'll offer it. Number 12. Question. And you've been provided all the resources you need to rely on and express your opinions. Line 14, answer. I have based an opinion on the resources that I've been provided. If there's other things out there to be provided that may or may not change my opinion. I believe it's a discovery violation because I should have been notified that there was going to be a change in opinions here today. And we had an agreement that I was going to be allowed to retake the deposition and not be ambushed in the middle of the trial with a new opinion.
What new opinions are different based on what Mr. J proffered the testimony is going to be?
I have to ask Madam Clerk to reread the question and the answer from the expert.
Oh, boy.
Madam Clerk or Madam Court Reporter, are you able to reread the portion of the proffer as to what Mr. J asked of the witness? Absolutely. Of course.
Having trouble finding it or something. Interesting. I don't think we found it. Okay, I guess she's still trying to find. All right. Okay. I don't know why she's having so much trouble finding it. All right. Wow.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
All right, they're back.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Madam Court Reporter, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript as to the proffer of Dr. Werner's testimony? Okay, you may proceed.
By Mr. J, question. You've been present for all of this hearing, yes, doctor? Answer, yes. Question, am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question, all right, so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case and the defendant relate them to you, what would be your answer? Question, that it's not related to the incident that she reported it. Question, okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. Question, if you reviewed any of the materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
I don't think that's the very.
So, first of all, I think that there's a couple things happening there. The first thing is that like this thing where she says, yeah, like it, that the whole thing about the PTSD or whatever, like that it's irrelevant. Like I think that's one of the things he's saying is a new opinion, but also there is a change in her opinion from where when he deposed her, he said, if you've got reviewed more information, could it change your opinion? And she said it may. And now just from what was read back in the proffer, when she was asked by Mr. J, would it, if you review more information, would it change your opinion? She said, no. That is a change. That's a change.
Beginning before I objected.
What was asked was to read back the proffer.
I thought I was asking to go back to the very beginning when the question was asked and then her response and my objection to it.
What was specifically asked was to the proffer, because the question before the court was whether the proffered opinions are at odds with what was testified to during the course of the deposition. There's the question that was asked and the answer that was given affirmatively provided an opinion as to PTSD. I think Mr. J admits that. Mr. J has advised the court that's not what he was hoping the answer would be. The answer was supposed to be something different as identified in the proffer, which is why I had Madam Court Reporter read back the proffer. So the question Mr. Owens posed to you is whether the proffered opinions that Madam Court Reporter just read back to us are different than what was provided in the deposition.
Yes.
They are.
How so?
They are. I just pointed out. She said if she reviewed other materials that might change your opinion, it may, she said to him. And just now she said, no, that's different.
She tended to explain in the proffer some legal reason why it did not apply.
Is he going to catch it? That was the question.
and her opinion. That was not discussed in any way in the deposition.
Okay. My question is specific as to opinions. Her opinions were as to battered spouse.
Because the thing is this, is even if Judge Kraynick, which he probably does see it, like Judge Kraynick probably sees this, right? He can't just make that decision. The lawyers have to argue it. Owens has to find the problem here, or that's too bad. So that's why Judge Kraynick is trying to reel him in and be really specific, because I think he sees where the problem is, but Owens has got to say it.
Spouse syndrome or post-traumatic stress disorder and their relationship to the case based on the defendant's responses. The answer is not related to the incident as the defendant reported. Those are the opinions, as I understand them, based on the proffer, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oh boy, Owens, dude.
Refer to page 46, line 13 was the question, but you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder in your opinion. Line 15, the answer is no. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met that criteria.
Here we go.
Question 17,
Here.
can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 19, the answer no. I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that.
Here, coming right up.
Question number 21. Is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about
Yes.
after some time reflecting and reviewing
Yes.
your notes? 24. I may.
There.
25. Okay. And that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes.
That's the thing.
That's on page 47. Line 2. Yes. That's fundamentally, substantially, materially different from what she's testified as it relates to post-traumatic stress as it applies in this case.
In the proffer?
Excuse me?
In the proffer?
Yes.
She's not rendering it, unless I misunderstood the proffer, she's not
No, it is.
rendering an opinion on PTSD and whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from it.
Well, she led me to believe that she was trying to decide whether or not.
Right. He's right. Because it is a change. Because what she just said in the proffer is like, if she reviewed other information, she said, he was like, would that change your opinion? She said, no, that's different.
They're going to suffer from post-traumatic stress. Now, in the proffer, they're claiming that post-traumatic stress does not apply. I don't know what the initial question was. We haven't had that read back when it was first going on, when the question was asked, and I believe she rendered an opinion.
Like, he's right, but he's just so disorganized and can't keep his thoughts straight to articulate his argument, but he's right. If you can
Again,
have-
like that, we read that. What the initial question was, what the response was, because it did. I know I objected. I can't even remember it now. But I know I objected because I knew it was inconsistent.
You asked to approach, and then you explained that the question was, it was not something that was framed in the deposition. Multiple times I asked you for a legal objection. And it wasn't until right before or right after we sent the jury out that you provided some legal objection. Now, Madam, if you want Madam Court Reporter to go back and read the question that led us to where we are right now and the answer, I'm totally on board with that. I have a memory of what it was, but nothing like.
Before she does that, can I get the first question of the proffer? If BSS or PTSD has any, can you reread that? So
Let's just reread the entire proffer, just so that it's clear, soup to nuts, alpha to the omega, what the proffer was. Madam Court Reporter, if you could be so kind. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, she's gonna take her forever again.
Conversation. Answer, no. Question, all right, so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Answer, that it's not related to the incident as she reported it. Question, okay, and if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. And question, and if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
And then if you could go back to the initial.
Sorry. Pay no attention to me.
What was that about?
Oh, I was waiting on you. Please, go ahead. Sorry. Pay no attention to me. Go ahead.
Last question.
My understanding is it was the question and the answer right before Mr. Owens asked to approach.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
Can you read that for me one more time, please? Both the question and the answer.
Question, what was your opinion?
You can see with this question, you can see why this whole thing about getting more information actually really matters here.
Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
So it sounds like the issue that she was having is she didn't have enough information, but more information could help, right?
Would you please have the previous question as well?
That was kind of my understanding. I hadn't seen all of this yet, though.
Would you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening? Answer, I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change. Question, what was your opinion?
Mr. Owens?
Number one,
Okay, I'm going to bump it up to 1.5 times speed because I feel like we might be able to do that without it being weird.
that question and answer, she gave a different opinion than what she gave in her deposition, which, subject to the agreement we had, I should have noticed. Number two, with the proffer, it seems that she's going to find that post-traumatic stress disorder did not apply to the facts as related.
I can't get over his holding subject to the agreement. It's like, what's happening? Agreement, schmeement, like the agreement doesn't matter. Like that is not, if she's offering a different opinion, that is a valid legal objection. But so it's like, again, he's like right, but he's not giving the right reason why he's right, if that makes sense. Because he's like saying it's not what we agreed upon. Like we pinky swore we were going to do this differently ahead of time. Dude, just so silly.
By Sarah Boone. That is an opinion that I needed to know about. And I asked throughout this deposition and at the very end, some general, if you have any new opinions or anything new that differs from what you said here today, please notify the lawyers or words to that effect. So it's an evidentiary issue. I've got a right to be prepared for the trial through discovery to know what the witnesses are going to opine. And this is a discovery violation based on two things. One, her initial answer to the question that I objected to, and then two, the proffer is a new opinion. It's a discovery violation. I asked that the witness be stricken.
Any response?
The witness be stricken. He is right that there's two issues. He's right about that. He's not going to strike the witness, I don't think. I mean,
Judge, I think it's clear from my original question that the intent that I stated was the intent of my question to get the answer that I intended to get was what the question was intended to elicit from the witness. As far as the discovery violations and continued attacks, I'm not convinced he understands what the answer means or what it's going to be. The answer isn't going to be Ms. Boone didn't have PTSD, hence, therefore, battered spouse syndrome doesn't apply in this case.
Mm-hmm.
What I believe she's going to say, and what I believe I've been saying she's going to say, based on our conversations, was irrespective of whether anybody believes Ms. Boone had BSS or PTSD, it is irrelevant because of what Ms. Boone told her happened at the time of the event. That is not a discovery violation. She was specific in saying, if you have any questions you want to ask me, I'll give you an opinion. That is exactly what she said on page.
but was that specific opinion in the deposition? Because I don't think if it was, they haven't gotten to that yet.
7 of the deposition in response to a question that starts at line 7. Question, just double dog sure. You admit that you have no other
Double dog
opinion than
sure.
the ones you've expressed here today. Answer, that I've been asked about. If I'm asked about something else, that'll offer it.
Yeah.
They didn't ask about the
Because
interplay.
sometimes 1.5 times speed, it's like impossible. Like it's a bit too fast. Like if you're really trying to hear things, but right now with the speed that they're talking, this is fine. So glad that you're
the
okay with
facts
people.
with the relevance of the syndrome. That's them, not the state.
Any other argument?
The totality, if you read that deposition and all the details.
I specifically asked you, Mr. Owens, to point out for me I specifically asked for you to point out specific portions of the deposition that are at odds with either A, the opinion that was previously given, or B, what was proffered to. You have provided me pages 45, 46 of the deposition relating to specific opinions on whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Are there any other portions of the depo that you would like to point out for me? I am not going to read an 87-page deposition and continue to waste our jurors' time as we try to find a solution for the situation that is now before us. If there are specific portions of this deposition that are at odds with the opinions that have been proffered and or provided so far, I would ask you to direct my attention to them.
I can already tell
Ones
you.
that I expressed-
Other than what
He's going to say he needs time to look through it.
you've already identified.
ones that I expressed, and that just the understanding that we had, that she, in the pages that I had talked about previously here today, in the pages that I referred to about our agreement, that she was going to let me know if there were any
He's not saying.
that she had, in addition to the opinions that she gave in the transcript.
Thank you. All right. Any other argument, Mr. J? Okay, thank you very much. All right, the court has had the opportunity to listen to the proffer as read back by Madam Court Reporter, read back of the opinion that was previously offered. The portions of the deposition which have been highlighted by the defense specifically pertain to opinions by the defendant as to whether or not the defendant suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. That opinion is not being offered. The opinion pertains to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or PTSD as it relates to the facts of the case as the defendant has relayed them to you, and that they are not related. However, the deposition as identified by the defense identifies that if there were any additional opinions, that there would be notification. So the court at this point in time, as there has been an alleged discovery violation in accordance with binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, which is binding on this trial court in Young v. State, 369, Southern 3rd, 1243, at pinpoint 1248.
I can already tell you, give it just it's funny. We watch trials enough, right? I think that whatever he's going to say is going to be something that's good for the defense. That's just the vibe I get. I feel like he's about to rule in favor of the defense, although it's not even clear what Mr. Owens wants.
Now going to conduct a discovery violation or discovery Richardson hearing. State any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing, Mr. Owens?
No, other than I understood she did give an opinion about post-traumatic stress in that initial series.
Okay. All right, the court, again, reviewing the proffer and the opinion, finds that the state's violation was inadvertent based on the proffer by the state, which was agreed to by Dr. Werner as to the
I was wrong. So he's actually siding with the state here, but he's referencing that. The thing, okay, so Mr. Owens keeps talking about discovery violation. That's why he brought up the Richardson hearing. But I don't know if that's really what the issue is.
conversation they had last night as to the opinions and whether or not that they had changed. However, I do find that that violation is substantial with regard to the opinions based on the testimony in Dr. Werner's deposition that any other additional opinions would be notified to the defense. As it relates to the third category, the effect on the defendant to properly prepare for trial. Although the questions in the deposition as highlighted by the defense so far are do not address the opinions being currently offered, I do find that it had some impact on the ability
okay.
for the defendant to properly prepare for trial.
There it is. So I was right. He hadn't. I would just keep reading, Chelsea, as they say. He just hadn't gotten to that part yet. So because this sounds like he does see there's something here that was prejudicial to the defense.
As it relates to the opinion that was previously provided as read back, specifically my opinion was that she did not give enough information to diagnose her with PTSD at the time of the evaluation of the jail. What is your position, if any, with regard to that opinion now that the jury has heard it? Mr. Owens. Because my question is, do you want it struck?
Yes. Right? Isn't that a yes, Mr. Owens?
On that issue, we'll address it on cross-examination.
So you do not want it to be struck, and you do not want a curative instruction.
Well, I'm going to question her about post-traumatic stress, so it's going to come out through my cross from the deposition about what she said, and it's inconsistent with what she said here today, so I'm going to want to rely on that question or that answer.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone, have you been paying attention to the questions and answers and the readbacks of both the proffered testimony and
Okay, so basically what happened is now he doesn't want that struck. So what the fuck did we even do all this for? What was the point? Because it seemed like I mean, I agreed it was valid issues, but then he doesn't even want it struck. Okay, so I think what happens here is she says it's fine, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see what happens next.
with regard to the proffered opinions. And I believe that will provide a cure for the discovery violation under the Richardson violation based on your request not to strike the prior opinion. And since you're going to utilize that on cross, I find that the prejudice is limited. But with regard to the new opinions, I will give you the opportunity to depose her now, curing the prejudice
So now we're doing a mid-trial deposition.
at that point in time. You may proceed.
Dr. Warren.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Mark.
At some point, the state attorney notified you that you were to come today.
Correct.
Did you and the state attorney have a discussion about your testimony?
Yes.
When was that discussion?
Briefly last night.
So y'all talked on the phone last night?
Yes.
Have y'all had any discussions since the phone conversation last night?
Briefly this morning.
And how long was the phone conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
How long was the face-to-face conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
Did y'all discuss that your testimony would be that you did not have enough information that you gathered from Sarah Boone to form an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Correct. That my opinion hadn't changed.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that my opinion hadn't changed, that I didn't have enough information.
Okay. And did the state attorney speak to you about that it didn't matter whether you had an opinion if you didn't feel like the facts that Sarah Boone had given you as it relates to the facts and issue in this case, that you didn't, if you didn't feel like post-traumatic stress even applied, then you could answer that way?
Correct, that was my opinion, correct.
But did he present that to you initially for you to form an opinion about it?
No, my opinion was that it didn't apply because of the way that she described the incident to me.
Was that your opinion back when I took your deposition?
Yes,
When did you form that opinion?
when she described the incident to me.
Why didn't you let us know that was your opinion at the time that I took your deposition?
You didn't ask me about that, sir.
Do you
Oh,
remember me
no.
asking you any other opinions that you may have as it relates
Oh.
to this case?
You didn't ask me specifically about that.
I understand that, but you're saying you formed that opinion
Okay.
prior to the deposition, correct?
I foresee a whole other set of issues coming.
Yes, the state attorney and I discussed that on the way out of the jail, as a matter
Oh
of fact.
dear.
After the deposition.
No, sir, after the evaluation.
Okay.
On the way out of the jail.
All right. And I asked you, were there any other opinions that you may express at trial after you had discussed that with the state attorney prior to the deposition? Is that correct?
Yes,
And so you were aware that I didn't want to be ambushed at trial. I wanted to know any and all opinions that you may be expressing in the Sarah Boone case.
I didn't know what specific information you wanted, sir. That's why you had a deposition. I answered your questions. I don't know what all information you want me to provide to you.
So because I didn't ask you specifics, you felt like you didn't have to respond specifically.
No, sir, I answered all of your questions. And as I said,
So,
I'm happy to
This
answer.
is a good time to kind of point out we've got, what's the difference? We've got proffers, we've got voir dires of experts, we got down where we give a deposition. What is the difference, right? A deposition, of course, we see these more often in civil trials, but it really means that you've got so much leeway. You can really ask kind of whatever. Like they're normally done not in court, right? They're normally done without any type of judge. For anyone who saw that video that we watched, I don't remember when that was. It was a while ago, but it was really funny. And they're like calling the special master, and it's like this deposition that's like so unhinged. It was hilarious. It's like attorneys in the room with the witness, and then they're fighting basically. But it's just, the whole point is to learn information about what somebody knows. So there's very few things that are like off limits in terms of the questioning. Now, what will happen in a regular deposition is that, someone can object, but it doesn't mean that there's no judge, so it's not overruled or sustained, right? It's just noted for the record. And the objections are usually quite limited, although there's some controversy surrounding it. That's a whole other thing. About how you should make objections in civil depositions. But anyway, so in other words, this is like a best case scenario for Mr. Owens, where it's like with a deposition versus again, like a proffer or like voir dire. With the deposition, he really can ask her like whatever he wants. And again, with the purpose is that it's for him to get as much information from her as possible, like without really any constraints. So.
Answer any questions that I'm asked. I don't know what questions you want me to answer.
But you know that this was a central issue in the case. Did you not? Your opinion is relating to a central issue in this case.
Correct.
You're aware Sarah Boone's on trial for murder.
That's
And you had this opinion when I was taking your deposition, and I was asking you specifics about any opinions that you may be expressing in the trial of Sarah Boone, and you did not disclose it.
Well, I told you that I would answer any questions that were asked of me. I have a number of opinions. I know that I don't feel that she's suffering from major depressive disorder. I didn't offer that opinion either. I have a number of opinions.
That's all. What you got.
Mr. J.
The thing is, this is all really weird because like her experts are brought in to give their opinions. That's the whole point. So it's really odd when it's like, I don't know. This just is odd.
Anything else?
I'm just making sure you want to inquire,
This is your opportunity,
Yeah, that was short.
Mr. Owens.
Yeah,
because that was more
he could definitely have asked more stuff.
just about.
Inquire about what?
This is your opportunity to inquire. You are conducting a deposition.
Right.
This is your opportunity and your only opportunity to cure any prejudice that we've identified
Yeah.
with regard to those proffered opinions
So he's like,
as it relates to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or post-traumatic stress disorder as proffered.
The problem is now, Judge, is I've got my expert, and we weren't aware. You know how in these type cases, the experts are allowed to listen to the testimony of the other experts and read the depositions of the other experts. Dr. Werner, were you given the opportunity to read Dr. Harper's deposition?
I was.
And that's standard operating procedure in these type cases. And now I'm taking a deposition on the fly And then I haven't had a chance to speak with my expert about those opinions
All right.
and
So
whether
I can see where this is going to go. So now this is going to go into a SIR rebuttal, like a defense rebuttal, which we know they don't do, but now we can see why this was talked about, because that would be the way to cure it, would be for him to recall their expert now that there's been more information deposed, although he needs to finish the deposition first.
or not that would change her opinion. It just puts me in a very difficult situation. But if I'm ordered to continue the deposition, I will.
I think
That's your
I
that's
think
your
part of
decision.
the problem too is he doesn't really know what he wants the judge to do. Like that's the whole point. Like he's like, I'm here to rule. What do you want? You know, and he's like kind of all over the place. He needs to kind of narrow down what he thinks the cure is.
It's not in order. I'm just saying that this is the opportunity to cure that Richardson issue. You asked previously to strike the expert. I am disinclined to do that. The case law says that is an extraordinary remedy, one which I am not going to permit.
Dr. Werner, you realize you're in a courtroom and we're waiting on the jury on the trial of Sarah Boone.
Owens.
Are there any other opinions that you intend to express in this trial that you have not disclosed to me in the deposition or you have not disclosed here today under oath?
I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm next.
Oh boy.
Are you refusing to answer my question about any other opinions that you intend to express here today as it relates to Sarah Boone, who is on trial for murder in the second degree?
I'm going to object. The catch-all vague question that Mr. Owens wants to ask this expert witness about any and all opinions she may or may not have, 99 out of 100 attorneys will come in here and say that's not how you do depositions with expert witnesses. You have to ask specific questions. Anytime you ask a question like that of an expert, the expert's always going to say, please ask me a specific question. And that's what she did then. That's what she's
I don't
doing
know.
now. It's unfair and vague to ask somebody, tell me every opinion you have.
Judge.
Yes, sir.
We're in the middle of a trial. She's fixing to testify. She's had conversations with the state attorney. She knows what she's going to be asked in terms of opinions that she's going to express. That's why she's
Yeah,
here.
I'm
to
going
help.
to push back on Mr. J a little bit. He's like saying that the question was, tell me everything you know. That wasn't the question. Tell me everything you know is different than what opinions are you going to offer. And remember, the reason there's a distinction, these experts are brought in to give specific opinions on specific topics. So she should be able to say, my opinions are X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. So that's it's an open-ended question, how in a way, right? Tell me what are your opinions going to be, but that's the whole point. And that's what they plan for, is to come in and give certain opinions. Like that's the whole point. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's not really accurate for Mr. J to characterize it as in tell me everything you know. That's not really the question. Although not that
The
Mr.
jury
Owens is
understands-
doing a great job of asking.
And the science that relates to the law and express opinions. I mean, for me to ask, we're playing hide the ball here?
Oh boy.
In the middle of a trial.
I disagree that there's any
Owen.
hiding of the ball. There's been a proffer that's been read multiple times as to the scope of the opinions regarding to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder and its relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant represented them. And the answer is they are not relatable to the incident as relayed by the defendant. That is the opinion that have been proffered.
Can I continue with my deposition?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Werner, do you recall expressing that you
Owens
wanted
is a
more time to
character.
reflect as to whether or not
Okay.
Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic
I mean-
stress disorder?
Owens is a character. I mean, he's a hot mess a lot of the times, but in a way, he's kind of growing on me because at least he's not. Like, there's a lot of hot mess attorneys, you know, that we all see, but he's not like a hot mess like Elaine. Like, he doesn't make you want to like jump off a bridge or anything. You know what I mean? Like he's a lovable hot mess, right? It's like endearing, I guess. I guess that's how I feel. That's where I'm at with Mr. Owens right now, is like, I find him actually in a way kind of endearing, that he's a hot mess, but like, he's not completely inept. And sometimes he like finds his stride and like, you know, does something good and like, or makes a good argument. It's just funny. I do find him kind of endearing though. And I think what also makes him endearing is the fact that he stepped in, to do this pro bono. Although there's kind of been some talk about maybe that's not exactly the case, but I think that that's not really come to fruition yet. So.
Yes, that I was going to review my notes to see if I had enough information in there to support or negate that.
What additional information would you need for you to express an opinion that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
So she did not give me information regarding the presence of intrusive symptoms. She didn't give me information regarding persistent avoidance. She didn't give me.
This makes perfect sense. This is exactly why she couldn't give an opinion about PTSD, because all the stuff that they normally assess, they didn't talk about. This makes sense.
Information regarding alterations in arousal or reactivity.
Anything else?
No.
Would you agree you failed to ask her those questions?
I asked her if there was any other important information that she felt like she needed to share with me at the end of my evaluation, and she said no.
So a catch-all question.
I was just thinking that. I was like, holy fuck. Just like, dude.
Correct.
Were there any other
Wow.
personality disorders? Isn't that what you do as a psychiatrist? You diagnose an opinion, express a
There's a difference though, because like the defendant here, or any defendant who's being assessed, it's not expected that they should know those specific criteria, like she just mentioned, reactivity and whatever else it was. They wouldn't know. It's not their job to know those things and then be able to relay them to this expert, right? And in fact, that would be almost like what you wouldn't want, right? Like as if they've looked up all the symptoms and the criteria and then parrot it back, right? So it's not expected that she should be able to fill in those blanks for this expert. It is expected, though, that the expert comes in with a certain set of opinions that they plan to give at trial. So
opinions about whether people suffer from personality disorders?
Correct.
Are there any other personality disorders that you have formed opinions about Sarah Boone that you intend to express?
No.
So narcissism, you did not find.
I found narcissistic traits.
In terms of your opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
No, sir, I said narcissistic traits.
So you don't have an opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
Correct. She displays narcissistic traits.
that's it. That's the same thing as what
You
they're.
express an opinion that she suffers from alcohol use syndrome,
Alcohol use disorder.
alcohol use disorder.
Correct.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes, it is.
That's also in line with their expert.
Anxiety disorder. Is it your opinion she suffers from the anxiety disorder?
No.
But that's different than their expert.
Do you recall in your deposition indicating that you felt like she suffered from either anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
That's correct.
And you changed that opinion now?
I'm leaning towards a adjustment disorder secondary to her legal situation.
Oh my God. Oh no. Why? What?
So you haven't formed an opinion as to whether or not she suffers from general anxiety disorder?
Wait a second. What is happening? I feel like we're in Inception world. We were here to try to figure out about the new opinions, blah, blah. And now there's like new opinions within the new opinions. Wait, hold on. What?
I'm leaning towards a adjustment
Wait,
disorder.
wait.
Indicating that you felt like she suffered from either anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder.
That's correct.
And you've changed that opinion now?
I'm leaning towards a adjustment disorder secondary to her legal situation.
Leaning towards? Oh boy.
So you
Oh boy.
haven't formed an opinion as to whether or not she suffers from general anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder.
Correct.
Do you agree that she suffered from trauma as it relates to the domestic violence history that she expressed to you from the intimate partner violence with George Torres?
Yes, as reported by her. Yes.
Do you have anything to dispute that?
No.
In your opinion, does she suffer from any form of psychosis?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from acute stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from intimate partner violence?
Yes, I think that there is enough history of the volatile relationship between the two of them.
Because of that, do you believe that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
She may meet the criteria for that.
Yeah, those are
May.
good answers for them.
So it's possible? Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Definitively, you can't say?
There's a history of her having that. Yes.
So you agree she suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
That's a great answer for them.
I believe we've covered anxiety disorder, narcissism, battered spouse syndrome, and alcohol use disorder.
great
Are there any other opinions that you intend to express as it relates to that or any other psychological condition of Sarah Boone?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other arguments at this time?
No, Judge, just one more.
Okay, all right. The court has conducted its Richardson hearing and made its findings. The court, as previously identified, will not strike the expert as that remedy is quite draconian,
Right.
and I will not do so based on the questions that were asked as
Well,
highlighted
my guess
by the
we're gonna
defense
bring the
and
jury
the opinions
in.
that were offered. The specific areas for which opinions are being offered were not
Basically, what he's saying is that we fixed it. Okay, now my guess is he's going to bring the jury
inquired
in.
into, so the trial, specifically, the court has permitted that in-court deposition. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
State, anything else? All right, let's go ahead and bring back in our panel and we can, okay, go ahead.
We would concede that Detective Opsel and Detective Lowen are not testifying against us in court this morning.
They're still under defense subpoena.
I
We're
asked,
not-
excuse me, I asked Mr. Henderson if you guys were calling Pepsi again. He said no.
And we're not, in our defense, our direct defense, is there a possibility that based upon the information the state is going to present today, this afternoon, that we may want to receive or seek for rebuttal, and possibly through these witnesses? They're under subpoena. And I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson's not here. I just.
Okay, I'm just get past this. They're just talking about witnesses under subpoena.
But yeah,
No, Your Honor.
Things and not view them and not have any ways as it relates to this case, and any questions or testimony that you intend to give, may give, or have give, and to comply with any instructions that were provided to you by the state regarding the rule of sequestration.
Welcome, jury.
Thank you very much. Back in our jury. You
So
can,
they're going to continue on now with her direct examination. And I'll update my banner.
jury, state's rebuttal case this morning. Again, if you could please
Okay.
just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. J, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
State would move to strike the last response as non-responsive.
Approach.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh dear. Wow. Okay. So hold on. I'm updating my banner. Okay.
All right. Irrespective of whether anybody has an opinion about whether Ms. Boone was suffering from PTSD or BSS, irrespective of that, based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone and what she relayed to you about the facts of the case, does PTSD or BSS have any relation?
Objection, that's an asked and answered.
Overruled.
And what particular part of her statements about the incident is that?
The whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek and that they were having a good time, they were laughing. When he got in the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him up. They were still laughing, having a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk or imminent, there was an imminent risk of harm.
Well,
that she
we
was-
agree.
Can we proceed?
Yes.
Oh God. Now what? No, I agree with what she's saying. I don't know why they're approaching. We will find out, maybe. Dude. Wow.
Bail presence. Same instruction. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research.
And we are sending the jury back out. Dude, look at this kid's face. I say kid, he's a law student, I guess. But trial advocacy. Look at his face. He's like, what is happening?
On the person, places, thing, or charge involved, and don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else.
Oh my God. Wow.
Madam Court reporter, when you're ready.
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am. We can buttress it. Go ahead.
By Mr. J, question, all right. Irrespective of whether anybody has any opinion about whether Ms. Boone is suffering from PTSD or BSS, irrespective of that, based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone, what she relayed to you about the facts of this case, does PTSD or BSS have any relation? Mr. Owens, objection, asked and answered. The court overruled. The witness, no. Question, and what particular part of her statements about the incident is that? Answer, the whole part when she's describing the part about playing hide and seek, they were having a good time, they were laughing. When he got into the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him, they were still laughing, having a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having the feeling that she had imminent risk or imminent risk of harm.
Any other argument, Mr. Owens?
That invades the province of the jury. That's a decision, whether or not she had imminent risk of harm or.
I figured that was why he objected. I know at the time I was like, why is he objecting? And then I was like, wait, I bet I know why he's objecting. It's the ultimate issue, right? As to whether or not she had fear at that moment or not. I understand why he's objecting. I mean, I agree with what the expert said, but I understand what he's saying. That is really kind of the ultimate question before the jury here.
Received an imminent threat. Is a question for the jury.
He's right.
This
He's
expert
right. I
has
agree with
opinions
him.
on science, on medicine, but not on the ultimate issue of fact, and explain to the jury.
I agree. I think he's right here.
This defense doesn't qualify, that you should rely on me as an expert, and I'm gonna make the decision for you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. By
He
telling
doesn't
you,
need to keep talking. He could have just said it invades the province of the jury and sat down. It's clear what he means. He doesn't need to keep talking.
that under the facts expressed to me by Sarah,
He's just going to discombobulate himself.
she was not perceiving an imminent threat at the time.
Response.
It's not an objectionable opinion. It's not an opinion on the ultimate issue. It's an opinion upon the applicability of a particular set of evidence that testimony that the defense has offered, called battered spouse syndrome, to kind of help explain a portion of the justifiable use of deadly force or non-deadly force instructions. She's not up there saying Ms. Boone was unjustified in doing what she did. She's not saying that justifiable use of force doesn't apply. What she is saying is, in her opinion, based on the facts that she relies on, given by the defendant herself just a couple of weeks ago, that this particular set of testimony and evidence that has been offered through their expert, Dr. Harper, doesn't apply. This is no different than one expert coming in and saying, well, yeah, you can know that the defendant was sane at the time despite his mental illness because he ran from the police, he hid,
Oh,
concealed
no.
evidence, so on
Not another
and
analogy.
so forth. And therefore, because of those facts, insanity doesn't apply. And a defense expert may come in and say, well, insanity does apply because my client, after stabbing her mother to death, called 911.
Every time he does this, he loses me completely.
Was speaking unintelligibly and singing and read the
I have no idea what
with a
he's
pair of knives and wouldn't drop the knives and was incoherent for 12 hours after defense. Therefore, based on those facts, the expert says, well, insanity does apply. It's not becoming a lawyer. It's not becoming the juror. It is explaining a particular type of expert testimony. And it just happens to disagree with Dr. Harper's. And Dr. Harper came in and said that BSS does apply and that she was in constant fear. And the reason she's in constant fear is because of all the past episodes and whatnot. It's permissible testimony.
Any other argument, Mr. Owens?
That's totally wrong. He claims, the prosecutor claims, Dr. Harper came in and said BSS does apply. That's true. But he just got through saying and trying to get the witness to say BSS, it's not to be regarded. Post-traumatic stress is not to be regarded. It doesn't even come into play. Post-traumatic stress disorder, battered spouse syndrome does not even come into play because at the time
I
she
think
was
the first thing that needs to happen here is they need to make sure that they're clear on what they're talking about. PTSD or battered spouse.
facing, according to this witness, no imminent risk of harm. Therefore, you can discount everything you hear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about battered spouse syndrome.
How does that have anything to do with whether or not it's an improper legal opinion under 90.703?
It is. It's the ultimate issue of fact in this case because self-defense has been alleged by the defense. And the issue for this jury is whether or not Sarah Boone had the right to defend herself with force, deadly force or non-deadly force, based on her beliefs and impressions at the time, whether they were reasonable under the jury instructions, under the special jury instructions that are going to be applied for battered spouse syndrome, under the jury instructions, under justifiable use of deadly force, whether her perceptions about the threat was imminent and whether it was appropriate or reasonable to act the way she did. This expert is trying to say that she was not facing imminent risk of harm at the time.
Thank you both for your arguments. Court is going to overrule your objection, find that it is not an ultimate issue of fact as addressed by 90.703. The court specifically relies on Dinkins versus State 976 7 2nd 660 at pinpoint 661. In that case, the psychologist testifies in the instant case in Dinkins, the psychologist's opinions were not legal conclusions. The psychologist did not opine on the defendant's guilt or innocence. Rather, the psychologist opined only as to whether the victim was, quote, mentally defective, end quote, and capable of consent to intercourse. Although the opinions did go to ultimate issues in the case, Florida law, expressly provides that an expert witness may render such opinion. See section 90.703 Florida statutes, which provides that testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectionable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. Thus, the jury had the power to accept or reject the opinions and was not bound by such. For those reasons, your objection is overruled.
Madam Court, I'm just going to ask you to read the question and answer.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
He's going to have Madam Court Reporter read back the question and the answer, and then he is going to have no other questions for this witness.
I object.
Basis.
What?
It was asked and answered.
Overruled. There's a pending objection. I'm allowed the state to re-ask it so it's clear based on that objection.
Judge, it's 11:30. I'm going to be at least an hour for mine.
We're going to begin your cross-examination after we're done with the state
okay.
advises the jury in open court. There are no more questions. Let's go ahead and bring back in our panel.
Okay, what's going to happen? Are we going to have normal trial time?
State, if you could raise those hands. Juror number 2, back right, he gets it. All right, thank you all very much. Record reflect all hands have been raised. State, you may proceed.
Read back the question and answer.
Madam Court Reporter.
Mr. All right. Irrespective of whether anybody has any opinion about whether Ms. Boone was suffering from PTSD or ESS, irrespective of that, based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone, what should relate to you about the facts of this case, does PTSD and ESS have any relation? Mr. Owens, objection, asked and answered. The court overruled. The witness, no. Question, in what particular part of her statements about the incident is that? Answer, the whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek. They were having a good time. They were laughing. When he got in the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him. They were still laughing, having had a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk or imminent risk of harm.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yeah.
You may proceed, sir.
All right, cross.
Dr. Werner, good morning. What all did you consider collaterally as it relates to your opinions you're expressing here today?
I had a number of documents that I reviewed. I'll look at a list. I had the Orange County Sheriff's Office investigation report. I had a transcript of a 2-hour interview of the defendant. I had a,
That's the 2-hour interrogation with Detective Owen and Detective Copson.
it was an interview, yes.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It was labeled an interview. Then I had a transcript of a second interview the next day of Ms. Boone. I had medical records from Aspire Health and Advent Health. And then I had some cell phone records. And I also received the deposition of your expert.
The deposition of Dr. Julie Harper?
Yes,
Okay. And did you listen to Dr. Julie Harper's testimony in this trial of Sarah Boone?
No.
Do you agree you have a right to do that?
yes,
And did you listen to Sarah Boone's testimony in the trial of this case?
No.
You agree you have a right to do that?
Interesting.
yes.
And you elected not to listen to her testimony before expressing opinions here today?
Overruled.
I did not have time to do that.
You did not have time to do that?
Correct.
She's on trial for murder.
Yes.
Sustained.
Oh, boy.
You said you considered some text messages from Sarah Boone's phone.
I reviewed them, correct.
Would it be fair to say that of those text messages, they're not necessarily overly relevant?
Yes.
Okay, approaching.
Regarding these text messages that you provided, did that inform your opinion that you just expressed about the inapplicability of BSS or PTSD to the facts of this case?
No.
Okay.
Did it apply to your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
No.
Are that information, when you express opinions in court about a patient or about an individual, you rely on your personal assessment as well as the documents and evidence that you're provided and asked to review, are you not?
Correct.
And in this case, your testimony is that you reviewed all that information before you interviewed Sarah Boone for 2.5 hours on October the 2nd of 2024, 22 days ago.
Correct.
So you had the information,
Yes.
the documents, you read the documents,
Yes.
you read all the text messages,
Correct.
and you're going to express some opinions here today, are you not?
Correct.
You're going to express some opinions about narcissism, whether or not she had.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. She's got to be really frustrated because she's just sitting here. Like she's not even able to like testify for the most part yet. Wow. Wow. It's a long approach.
Overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, is it fair to say
So Owens won that objection.
in your evaluation of Sarah Boone on October the 2nd of 2024 that you felt like the text messages that you received from the state attorney
Overruled.
are not relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
I wasn't sure at the time who actually, I wasn't sure whose phone number it was. In all honesty, we discussed that in the deposition, and I wasn't sure. I have no proof of who actually sent the text, who actually had possession of the phone and put the text, any of the text in.
Well, I was there for the deposition, was I not? Or I appeared by Zoom, did I not?
So you were present in person.
Okay, I'm trying to think.
Oh, deposition. You
The deposition.
By Zoom. Yes.
You appear by Zoom, I appear by Zoom, the state attorney appeared by Zoom.
Yes.
And we discussed that these were the phone records from Sarah Boone's phone.
Yes.
And at that time, you said they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation. Did you not say that?
I don't recall specifically. I'm happy to look at it.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
I have it. If you just refer me to the page.
Just a moment.
You got it.
I do.
Page 14. My question is at line 3. Your answer begins at line 5.
Correct.
And you agree that any,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
well, I'm going to ask another question about the text messages, Judge.
You just said line 5. Approach.
That they're not necessarily overly relevant about the text messages in your evaluation?
Yes.
And would you agree that they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Correct.
And you agree that after reviewing all those text messages, that there was nothing that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like they may have some impact on your evaluations of Sarah Boone? Can she answer the
Have
question?
her answer the question first.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not sure what you're referring to in the deposition.
Page 14. My question is at line 21. Your answer is at line 25.
Correct. And I said, no. As I said, it made me aware that they had a volatile relationship.
So my question to you specifically is there anything in the text messages that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like that may have some impact on your evaluations?
Correct.
And you agree your answer is no.
As I said, it made me aware. That's not my complete answer.
Okay, well, let's
It
talk.
made my
First, you
complete
said
answer.
no.
As I said, it made me aware that they had a
Ma'am,
volatile
ma'am.
relationship. It's not my complete answer.
I know, Dr. Warner, but didn't you say no to me? That was your first sentence was no.
Oh,
It's
no.
not my complete
I
answer.
understand. I'm going to let you answer that. But when I asked you if there was anything in the text messages that caused you to pause and would in some way affect the impact on your evaluation, your answer to me was no.
It's not my complete answer.
I understand. But was your answer not to me no?
Yes, but that is not
All
my
right.
complete
Now,
answer.
at the same time, Dr. Warner, at the same time, you expressed that they had a volatile relationship.
That is not the totality of my answer either.
Okay, and I'm going to get to it.
Okay.
But part of your answer was that they had a volatile relationship.
Correct?
And this is in relation to my question about the text messages. You agree?
Yes.
After you said no, you said they had a volatile relationship and that she text messaged calling him an idiot, a fucking idiot for overdrafting her account.
Correct?
And in those text messages, there was some reference to domestic violence between the two.
Correct.
And that demonstrated to you that they had a violent relationship.
Correct.
And do you not agree that that evidence of a volatile relationship had an effect on you expressing your opinion here today that Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Judge, we need to approach.
Oh my God. Approaching again. All right. At least we made it to cross. I mean, we're slowly but surely making progress, but this is, yeah, a lot of interruptions for sure.
The last couple of days. Give me a moment to pull it back up.
Hold on.
At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break.
Lunch break. Okay.
I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you throughout the last couple of days.
Okay. Let me see what happens after this. Because they probably don't break yet. They probably do more stuff on the record. Let's just see. No. They actually do take their lunch break. Okay. All right. All right. So now, oh my gosh, what's happening with the camera? All right, let's jump ahead. What a mess.
Okay. And do you intend on expressing any other opinions other than what we've spoken about here? As I believe
That was initially what you evaluated
nothing to issue. And here's the other reason it's denied.
aware of by any other. As it relates to is attached.
Sorry,
Okay.
trying to get back to the beginning of whatever is happening here. He's making a motion for something, it seems like.
Answer, I need to go through. And I'd like
This morning,
All right.
Kevin back on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Are we prepared to bring back in our jury at this time, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Judge, I had a chance to read this transcript, and I'd like to draw your attention to a few pages.
Which transcript are we referring to,
Oh
sir?
boy.
The October 4th, 2024 deposition.
Oh,
of Dr.
boy.
Tonia Werner.
Yes, sir. I have it in front of me.
May I sit?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to page 38 at the very bottom, line 21. Answer, I need to go through my notes and think about it and process it. But I had other depositions, as you were aware yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I had not had time to process through all of my notes prior to this deposition today. Page 39. Line 2, well, doctor, I'm not trying to inconvenience you. You know, the judge set for October 7th for jury selection. Line 5, she answered, okay. Question at 6, but I don't anticipate your testimony would be until later, you know. Maybe we could discontinue your deposition and then we said it
We
when we
already
got time
covered
to
this.
review.
What are we doing?
Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and then you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. And at 13, Mr. J says, what is your position? And at 14, Mr. J, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me, so that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there becomes a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once jury. The
This
jury
is really
going to
funny
be
because
attached.
they already did all this.
Line 23, Mr. Owens, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. The witness on line 4, page 40. But if that happens, I can bring that forward and then you can add to your deposition at that point. If my opinions change after having reviewed further.
I don't know what his point is. They've already done all this, but my guess is that the judge is going to say, hey, we already did it. You already did your second deposition. We already fixed this.
Mr. Owens, Mr. J, line 9, Mr. J, I think you need to plow ahead. This is our time where the court reporter is prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the weekend. And if something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report, and then B, if you need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state will do. Line 23, page 40. Mr. Owens, I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting that we just said at the very beginning. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnoses or opinions. Then Mr. J goes, I think he gets confused about an issue relating to a diagnosis of an adjustment disorder or anxiety disorder.
Weird that he's
So we get down to the bottom of page 41, line 22, Mr. J. Okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if we have other topics to depose her on, then I would suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know and we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, absolutely. That was our understanding. I've been ambushed by a new opinion that I was not made aware of by any kind of report. I was not notified by Dr. Werner. I was not notified by the state attorney, William J. I first heard about the opinion when she testified to it, and I objected to it.
he's making the same argument he already made.
Relating to imminent threat, the ultimate issue of fact. I move for total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
Denied. And here's the other reason it's denied.
Wow.
Page 38 of the deposition,
That was
specifically, you
hilarious.
made reference to starts at page 21, line 21.
Respect.
The question preceding that is important. Question 14. So from my understanding, when you just said
hold on.
was, yeah,
We're gonna watch that again. So first of all, an entire dismissal. I was just not expecting that at all. Entire dismissal for and then followed by for prosecutorial misconduct, and how quickly. I'm gonna put it at normal speed just for a second so we can hear this, because it's how quickly he rules on it and also has the case law ready to go. I love this judge.
I move for total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
denied.
Sorry. I don't know if that my laughing really loudly is even caught on the microphone. Sometimes those things seem to be so loud that they don't come into the stream. Anyway, I apologize if it was loud in anyone's ears. I want to hear it one more time. So just brace yourselves in case I laugh loudly.
Relating to imminent threat, the ultimate issue of fact. I move for a total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
Denied.
I mean, that is amazing. That is amazing. That's my favorite thing. So fast, dude. I love it. I love this judge. All right.
And here's the other reason it's denied. Page 38 of the deposition, specifically that you made reference to, starts at page 21, line 21. The question preceding that is important. Question 14. So from my understanding, when you just said was, yeah, I agree with general anxiety disorder that she had been diagnosed with. Answer, no. I said it would be generalized anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. This entire conversation pertains to those two issues, anxiety disorder and adjustment disorder. Has nothing to do with PTSD, nothing to do with battered spouse.
The judge, we go on, and I see what she's doing, that she's saying, hey, I got jammed up. I had a deposition yesterday. I didn't really have time between the evaluation and the deposition 2 days later. She had a deposition in between to really think about it, really review my notes. So as a catch-all, I said on page 40, if you have other opinions or other diagnoses after she has more time to think and review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. So yes, that was initially what she was talking about specifically, but I realized what she was saying was she was going to have to reflect on a lot of these opinions. So
That's respectfully, sir, that's not what it says. That's specifically in line with the anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder. That was the entire topic that was being conversed with. Now, later in the deposition, there are references, as I believe that I identified previously. Give me a moment. On page 59, line 22, question is asked. Okay, and do you intend on expressing any other opinions other than what we've spoken about here today? Line 25, no. I will answer whatever questions I'm, moving to page 60, line 1, asked. Page 60, line 11. Well, let me just start with 2 because it gives it more context. Question, well, I'm asking now. I mean, you're the expert. I'm not. You're the one that's evaluated her. You're the one that's given her the test. I don't know the field like you do. You know the field. I understand you've said, hey, I want to think some more about, hey, I want to think about this some more. I want to review my notes some more to see if, but in terms of right now, without any further reflection, without any further answer, yes, sir, question, reading of the notes, any other opinions that you think you could express in any form or fashion with all this experience, almost 1,000 jury trial or 1,000 trials you've testified as an expert? Anything else that comes to mind that may be an opinion that you might express in Sarah Boone's case? Answer. Anything else that I'm asked with regard to her case, I guess? Other opinions do you believe you're qualified to express as it relates to Sarah Boone and the facts and circumstances relating to this case? Anything with regard to her diagnosis, I
So
guess.
that-
61 of those 4 things we mentioned, line
That's the court feed that jumped. That's not anything on, that's just the court feed.
2. Correct.
And Judge, the 4 things were mentioned were related to the anxiety disorder, the narcissism, the battered spouse, the alcohol use disorder.
Mhm.
You're in pages 58 to 59. But the overall thrust of that was any other opinions that were expressed. That was in good faith what we were doing. I would have, like I said before, I would have never taken her deposition. Once she said I hadn't finished my analysis and I may need additional information, just like he said the other day, Dr. Harper, if you get those additional medical records, Mr. Owens, about George Torres and give them to Dr. Harper, then I'm going to want to take her deposition again. The same rules apply. Why would I take her deposition when she hasn't finished?
Because the court ordered you to take her deposition because there were concerns about being able to have all of this done prior to trial. And you had concerns about what she was going to testify to. And the court set a scheduling order as to when, how, where, and the deadlines for those depositions to be conducted.
That prosecutor should have let me know if he was going to ambush me at trial. I should have known beforehand about a new opinion that Dr. Werner was going to express, especially related to battered spouse, post-traumatic stress, and whether or not there was an imminent threat at the time of this event.
And the courts addressed that. The court did exactly what was required by binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal and held a Richardson hearing, analyzed the 3 factors as required by Florida law with regard to those, and gave you the opportunity as a cure. And with regard to your request to strike or dismiss the case due to prosecutorial conduct, the case law by the 3rd District Court of Appeal filed April 10, 2024, State of Florida versus Denninghoff, Denninghoff, and I can provide you a citation momentarily, states that dismissal is an extreme sanction to be used with caution and only when a lesser sanction wouldn't achieve the desired result. Specifically, dismissal of an information or indictment is an action of such magnitude that resort to such sanction should only be had when no viable alternative exists. There were multiple viable alternatives, including but not limited to my request, an inquiry of whether or not you wanted that struck, and the instruction to strike that opinion, in which you demurred and said, no, I want it for cross-examination. And I gave you the opportunity twice to depose her here.
Making a really thorough record. I mean, this is so funny, right? I mean, you know, classic, right? The defense attorney, Mr. Owens, like, of course, they're going to always move for, you know, a mistrial, dismissal, which is even more extreme, what have you. He's making a thorough record as to how why that's denied.
Open court, which I oversaw with regard to any opinion that she had based on the proffer or any other opinion that she would be offering today. For those reasons, the court is not going to exercise its discretion and strike due to the extreme nature of striking a criminal charge and for the adequate remedy that has been provided to you. Is there anything else, sir, we need to address?
Yes, supplement the record.
Yes, sir.
But this deposition did not end on page 40 or 41 or 42.
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Owens took a direct examination of this deponent for 68 pages, and then it was turned over to myself for cross-examination during the deposition. Beginning on page 75, I asked the deponent, what did the defendant say about the murder? What she said on page 78 was that, starting at line 13, and she said there was a suitcase and some clothes that had gotten out to donate, and they were trying to get that together. It was on the floor in the living room. And that, as she was coming down the stairs, she saw him kind of slipping into the suitcase as a hiding place. As she said, I saw him in the suitcase and I zipped him up and we were laughing. She said then he said he couldn't breathe. And I remembered feeling I couldn't breathe when he was choking me or sodomizing. And I was angry and I shook the suitcase. I lost control of the suitcase and it flipped. And she goes on and on about what happened. Defense counsel was there. He heard this testimony that there was no imminent danger presented at the time that she began getting angry, shaking the suitcase, hitting him with a bat, so on and so forth. And he didn't ask her that question after she had specifically instructed him, if you need an opinion of mine, you've got to ask me the question. It's unfair to experts to be thrown with this catch-all provision of, please tell me any opinion about this case that you may think is relevant. Well, what the doctor may think is relevant is different than perhaps what counsel thinks is relevant. So it's really an unfair criticism of the state and probably more likely self-reflective that this deposition, this opportunity to ask about this obvious issue did not occur. So that is what I would like to supplement the record with. The deposition was substantially longer than page 41 or 42, where it's acting like it's concluding and is there anything else? The state would just submit, I understand very well what my ethical duties are. I do not have any ethical duty to provide him an unrecorded statement that is not inconsistent with prior testimony. This doctor did not give me any unrecorded statements inconsistent with her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'd like to add on page 79 that Dr. Werner claims that Sarah said he put his 2 fingers out and I hit them with a bat. So they were ruling of weakness. But for him to say that that's not standard operating procedure when you're taking a deposition of an expert.
Mr. Owens, I've ruled, sir. I understand. I understand your position. However, the questions that were specifically asked, which gave rise to this, specifically pertain to opinions of PTSD. I'm not going to rehash any and all those things. The record speaks for itself. The court has ruled. Your motion for dismissal of the charges is denied. For the record, the citation that the court relied upon with regard to Denhoff is located at 388 Southern 3rd 10055, located at pinpoint 1057, Florida, 3rd District Court of Appeal, April 10th, 2024. With that, are we ready to bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I've got Earhart's Florida Evidence, 2023 edition, volume 1, Charles.
Uh-oh.
Let me tell you how you're going to rule on this, sir. I'm going to allow you, as I set up here at sidebar,
Oh
to
my
go
God.
into the facts that she relied upon and what it is that she utilized. I'm going to allow you, sir, as I set up here at the bench before the lunch hour, to go into those opinions that she didn't offer here today. And on rebuttal, Mr. J, I'm not going to allow you to stand up and say, may I voir dire? That wasn't one of your opinions today. You can address all of that and redirect. Is that clear?
Clear to say.
Judge, let me just review to see if, because I had
Oh
several.
dear.
What you
Oh.
had inquired of me, Mr. Owens, up here, was that you wanted to go into these other facts, medical records, text messages, statements, and you said, if I can't do it now because he's going to object, I'm going to call her and assert rebuttal. And the problem, as the state pointed out, is that you can't use her as a conduit to admissible evidence on direct examination. And that if you want to do it, you got to do it now. And your argument was it goes to her bias, it goes to her credibility, and that you're permitted wide discretion on cross-examination. I agree with you. I agreed with you before the lunch hour. My ruling hasn't changed. I'm going to absolutely allow you to go into those things.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Uh-oh.
The other thing I wanted to readdress was,
I'm taking care of it, Counselor. Give me a moment.
Like there was some issue.
7.3 opinion on the ultimate issue. I'm on page 933. Testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is unobjectable because it includes an ultimate issue decided by the trier of fact.
Bringing back this
And in
issue.
that section 7.3.1, it talks about
The thing that's weird is that he's fighting like as if this is like it's a fight for his life to try to get either get rid of this expert or strike certain parts of her testimony or allow. I mean, it's like in other words, it's as if this expert is a real threat to them. But what's interesting is so far we haven't heard all of her opinions. But from what we've heard, she has plenty of things that she's offering as opinions that are actually beneficial for them, that supports what their own experts said. It's almost like, I don't know if he just doesn't remember why he's even fighting for this, but he's bringing up again this idea of invading the province of the jury.
that opinion testimony is not inadmissible solely because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. The provision is equally applicable to expert and lay witnesses. The jury has the power to accept or reject the testimony of expert or lay witnesses and is not bound by their conclusions. Merely because a witness expresses an opinion to an ultimate issue does not compel the jury to find that the facts to be true. The jury will be given the opinion. The jury will give the opinion as much weight as it feels the opinion deserves. Then it goes on. The abolition of the rule against opinions on the ultimate issues does not mean that all other opinions are admissible. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury to determine what occurred. For example, a witness cannot express his or her opinion as to the guilt or innocence of a criminal defendant. And I'm on page 940. 703.1 still. When a witness is asked to express an opinion that applies a legal standard to a set of facts, which Dr. Werner did, the opinion testimony is generally inadmissible. The danger is that the witness will apply a standard or definition which is different from that defined by the applicable law. The application of erroneous legal standard results in the opinion testimony being misleading and not helpful to the jury. For example, an expert cannot opine whether a nursing home was negligent in its care of the decedent.
It's exactly what we spoke about at counsel's table.
No, Judge, but if you go on, it says an expert may not be permitted that a truck driver drove in a grossly negligent manner, whether the sheriff's conduct was unconstitutional, whether certain waters are navigable, whether the defendant's action constituted misapplication or concealment of funds, or the legal obligations of the parties to a contract, whether the testimony of the expert is a permissible factual conclusion, or the impermissible application of a legal standard or definition to a set of facts is sometimes a fine distinction involving a large measure of discretion with a trial judge. For example, the admission of expert testimony that certain investments, it goes on. However, the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused. The opinion, this is one of the important sections. However, if the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused, which Dr. Werner did, the opinion has not been permitted. The distinction drawn by the courts as to when this type of opinion testimony is admissible are often not clear. Section 90.73 does not permit a witness to testify to legal conclusions or express an opinion upon questions of substantive law. This expert testimony regarding substantive legal principles may not be helpful to the jury and may create confusion if an expert testifies in a manner that is different or even in conflict with the testimony of an opposing expert.
But the citations, respectfully, Counselor,
If I could finish.
respectfully, Counselor, the citations that you're referring to are not at issue. Fluellen, error to permit arresting officer to testify that the quantity of cocaine possessed by appellant indicated that he possessed with intent to sell, which is a specific element of the charge in that case. Gamble, officer's expert testimony with the amount of drugs found in defendant's possession was inconsistent with personal use and therefore intended for sale was inadmissible. 64472nd 1376 by 4.
Oh, Judge Kraynick's not playing. When you hear respectfully, counselor, ruh-roh, he's done. with
Gamble and
his evidence.
Fluellen, 703 2nd 511. The Dinkin case that I read says this is acceptable. If a psychologist or psychiatrist can testify that someone is not mentally defective or was mentally defective, that's on all fours with based on what the defendant had said to this expert. She was not in imminent fear. Now, I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was along those lines, based as looking all those things, the totality of the circumstances of what, in my evaluation, on or about October 2, that the defendant had said to me as the expert, it's not imminent fear. That opinion is not inadmissible per the case law under Dinkins.
Judge, can I read a little bit more?
If you're just going to be reading from the treatise, I've already read it.
Okay, well, I just want to make mention, because it's talking about does not prevent a witness to testify about legal conclusions or express opinions on questions of substantive law. And I was about to finish this section. When this testimony, I'm on page 947, this testimony may also interfere with the function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury thereon. As we know, we're going to do battle over the jury instruction on justifiable use of deadly and non-deadly force. The testimony from Dr. Werner, and I wrote it down. She said based on what Sarah Boone told her, she was not facing imminent risk of harm. That invades the province and function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury otherwise, which we haven't even done yet. You haven't made findings of law about which instructions apply. That's what she did, Judge.
Your objection's been made for the record. The court previously ruled on this matter. I appreciate the additional argument, but the court's reliance on Dinkins remains. Just because 9703 speaks for itself. So your objection is overruled as to that issue. Anything else we need to address, Mr. Owens, before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
State?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's bring back in our panel.
Hey, a miracle. We can actually get to it.
Nomination, sir.
Reported by the state attorney for you to review, you did not deem to be relevant to your evaluation.
Right, they demonstrate.
Amendment's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Now, from what I understand, when the state attorney sent you the information, they did not send you any videotapes.
Correct,
So you have not reviewed any videotapes in this matter.
correct.
The suitcase videotapes, either one of those you have not reviewed,
I have not seen them.
or any body cam videotapes you have not reviewed.
They're described in the police report.
My question is, have you viewed any of the body cam videotapes relating to this incident?
I have not seen them, correct.
Prior incidences between the two of them, have you reviewed any videotapes, body cam videotapes of any prior incidents?
I have not,
Have you reviewed the audio tapes related to some of the questioning of Sarah Boone?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the autopsy report?
It's described in the incident report, but I did not see the actual autopsy report.
Now, you're aware that we have called two experts, Dr. Michael Brannon and Dr. Julie Harper. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that they are forensic psychologists,
that's correct.
and you are a forensic psychiatrist.
That's correct.
So they didn't go to medical school and you did,
That's correct.
and they don't understand medical issues, so to speak.
I don't have an understanding of what they understand.
Do you recall telling me that they don't understand medical issues, so to speak?
They haven't been to medical school, but I wouldn't understand their medical knowledge.
If you would look on page 22 of your deposition.
Objection collateral.
Approach.
And I don't even know why this dude.
Review 11, your answer.
Objection's overruled.
Action's overruled.
Dr. Werner, have you had a chance to review your deposition on page 22, starting at line 7?
Yes,
Could you read down through line 11, your answer?
yes, I'm talking about psychologists in general, not with regard specifically to your experts, which is what you were just asking me about.
Okay, but you would agree, your opinion is psychologists typically do therapy, but they don't prescribe medication or understand medical issues, so to speak.
Correct.
Overruled.
But I wasn't specifically talking about your experts, which you were just asking me about your experts
Okay.
specifically. And I said I didn't understand, I didn't know what their specific medical.
That's what you said under oath, October 4th of this year.
Sustained.
Now, is it fair to say that the majority of your work is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations?
Actually, the majority of my work is in patient care. I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit, actually treating patients.
You work 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
So as a forensic psychiatrist doing forensic work, the majority of your work in that area is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
As a forensic psychiatrist, correct. As a psychiatrist, I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit.
And where is that unit?
It's located in Lake City, Florida.
So you work there 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
And then you also do this forensic psychiatrist work doing competencies to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
That's part of the what comes under the umbrella of my forensic work. Yes.
That's the majority of your forensic work.
Yes, that's the majority. That's the most common cases that we're asked to.
And then next in line would be sanity at the time of the crime.
Yes.
So you would make a determination and submit a report to the court as to whether or not a defendant, an accused, is legally sane or not at the time of the offense.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it fair to say that you also testify weekly as a treating physician through Baker Act Court?
Yes, that's correct. Every Thursday, we have Baker Act hearings with regards to our individuals who are being held in our crisis stabilization unit.
Is that in Gainesville or Lake City?
No, sir, that's in Lake City.
Now, Lake City from here is north of Gainesville.
Yes, sir. It's approximately 40 minutes north of Gainesville.
Now, I believe you said you've testified in battering spouse situations in court approximately 5 to 10 times.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you often refer to that as intimate violence cases?
Yes.
Now, my understanding that after you had a chance to evaluate my client, Sarah Boone, I believe you evaluated her 2 days before the deposition, so it would have been October the 2nd of 2024.
Correct.
As to your diagnosis as it relates to her, do you believe that she suffers from a generalized anxiety disorder?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that she was previously diagnosed prior to you evaluating her. She was previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder.
She told me that she had previously been diagnosed. I did not see any medical records with that diagnosis in it, but she told me that she had previously been diagnosed with that.
Did you attempt to secure any other records to us? Did you diagnose her with an adjustment disorder?
I did diagnose her with an adjustment disorder.
Do you believe that if she was diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder, it's really not that, it should be an adjustment disorder?
A lot of the symptoms overlap for the two diagnoses, and we see that quite often, that the different diagnosticians or physicians come up with different diagnoses based on a conglomerate of symptoms. So it's not uncommon for the two diagnoses to overlap based on the symptoms.
Do you agree back on October the 4th, 2024, when I took your deposition, that you could not make up your mind at that time whether she suffered from generalized anxiety disorder or an adjustment disorder?
I had not made a clinical decision at that time. I hadn't reviewed all of my documents at that time.
When did you make a clinical decision that she suffered from adjustment disorder as opposed to generalized anxiety disorder?
It was probably within the next week when I was reviewing all of the, going through all of the documents in her interview more thoroughly.
Dr. Werner, did you agree you did not notify me?
Judge, maybe approach.
Yes.
Position on October the 4th, you had questions, in all honesty, about whether or not you felt like Sarah Boone suffered from a generalized anxiety disorder versus an adjustment disorder.
I was leaning towards adjustment disorder secondary to her being in the correctional setting, and I think I said that in my deposition. I didn't know that I had enough information from her because I only had information from her. I didn't have anything in the medical records to support generalized anxiety disorder. So I wanted to review that.
I'm just learning it now as you testified. here.
Sustained.
Is this the first time you've let the parties know that this is your opinion?
That I believe that she has generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
That I believe that she has
Adjustment disorder.
yes.
Now, from your evaluation, you determined that she had a personality trait,
That's correct.
and you felt like that she had a grandiosity issue,
Yes, she has a narcissistic personality disorder trait.
a trait, one trait.
Correct.
Do you agree a lot of people have one trait?
Yes,
Okay. A lot of people have a grandiosity trait
that's correct.
that are not narcissists.
I never said that she's a narcissist.
Her face.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone has alcohol use disorder?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you forming that opinion based on Sarah Boone's admission to you that she was an alcoholic?
Let me refer to my notes. She has a history of being diagnosed with that.
Yeah, I don't know that Sarah ever would have said that.
She also acknowledged to me that her use had been problematic.
So you formed the opinion that she suffered from alcohol use disorder based on the history that she presented to you at this evaluation.
It was based on the totality of the information that I was provided. So the medical records demonstrating that she had been diagnosed with it in the past. Her ex-husband in his interview in the police report described her as an alcoholic in her description of herself having a problem with alcohol.
And do you acquire a tolerance over time if you drink on the regular?
That's one of the criteria.
Do people also have a genetic tolerance for alcohol?
They may.
Now, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome, would you agree that that is a recognized syndrome in the psychiatric community?
Yes.
And you have heard no criticisms of that syndrome?
No.
And you would agree that's a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And you would agree that Lenore Walker first developed the theory of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Yes.
What is the point?
I think at the time of this deposition, you were not sure you knew Lenore Walker.
I don't recall that.
All right, look at page 54.
Who cares? Dude, what?
Walker's book. Dr. Warner, do you recognize Lenore E.A. Walker's book, The Battered Woman Syndrome, as an authoritative treatise on battered spouse syndrome?
I do not, because I have not read everything. I haven't read it, and so I can't say that I agree with everything in it.
He's all over the
Is it
place.
clear to you that Sarah Boone was involved in a violent relationship with George Torres?
Yes.
Do you agree that there was a violent cycle that occurred during that 3.5-year relationship that Sarah Boone had with George Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Would you describe it that way?
It's been described that way to me, yes.
Do you have an opinion?
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion that that was a violent cycle between Sarah Boone and George Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Do you agree that George Torres was the abuser and Sarah Boone was the victim in that?
Uh-oh.
It was a volatile relationship. In the police report, her ex-husband actually
Oh,
describes
boy.
her as being the aggressor.
There you go. Well done, Owens. Own goal right there. That
Let me show you
fucking hell.
what's been identified. It says, Defense Exhibit I. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
You see the injuries on Sarah Boone?
I do.
Oh my God, he's gonna show her all the stupid pictures.
It shows you.
So we're gonna watch the video with his interview.
Have you ever seen it before?
I have not.
Do you agree that's Sarah Boone?
I do.
Are you aware that?
Brian
George
Boone, I mean.
Torres-
Sustained.
Let me show you. That's patient G. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
Did you ever read anything about George Torres using a curtain rod as a weapon against Sarah Boone?
I don't recall that specifically.
Identification F. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Defense identification E. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Identification D. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Have you ever seen a videotape relating to this photograph?
No.
Identification A. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Now, I believe at the time of the deposition, that you had spent I think on October the 2nd of 2024, you had spent 2.5 hours evaluating Sarah Boone, and about half of that time was giving her a test.
The mental status examination takes approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Did you go through her entire history of abuse over the 3.5-year period within the 2 hours and 20 minutes that you had?
No.
Now, I understand that you indicated you may take a couple more hours to go through your file and your notes and to come up with your conclusions. Did you do that?
Yes.
Have you spent any more time on the case other than that 2 hours?
I re-reviewed the documents.
Have you made any other attempts to go see Sarah Boone anymore?
Objection. Proffer.
Sustained.
You agree that your opinions are subjective, not based on authority?
They're based on my education, training, and years of experience.
And you would agree they're your subjective opinions?
Correct.
Would you agree that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
I do.
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their perception of imminent danger?
They can.
Would you agree that victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not?
They may.
Because someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome, they have a heightened sensitivity to danger.
They may.
You agree that people suffering from depression and anxiety are predisposed to getting into a relationship with a partner who may be violent?
They may. Each individual is different.
Are they more susceptible to getting in a relationship if they suffer from depression and anxiety with a violent, intimate partner?
They may be.
Do you agree that the DSM, I think you have it there with you,
Yes, sir.
directs that the clinician should consider post-traumatic stress disorder if there was exposure to extreme stress? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you do any testing to measure whether or not Sarah Boone had post-traumatic stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Again, she did not give me enough information to formulate an opinion with regards to that.
You agree that an intimate partner who commits acts of violence, physical violence against the victim, that can cause extreme stress in that individual?
They may.
You agree if that is the cause, the violence is the cause of extreme stress, that a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder should be considered?
If they meet the criteria. They have to meet the diagnostic criteria.
You agree that there is a sense of learned helplessness when someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, that's part of the syndrome.
Do you agree that these women, these battered women, have learned the probability of receiving a beating and they recognize specific predictive cues emitting from the batterers?
Yes, but it's not just women.
I understand, but you would agree the vast majority of intimate partner violence, battered spouse syndrome victims are women?
Yes, intimate partner violence. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Intimate partner violence. Yeah.
The vast majority, the lion's share, are women.
Yes.
And these battered women have learned the probability of receiving a beating by recognizing specific predictive cues emitted by the batterers.
Correct.
And many times these predictive cues result in a high level of anxiety.
Yes.
And in that situation, the battered women may attempt to reduce through several different means, one of which is to avoid delaying the beating.
Yes. We talked about that with the cycle.
What is a basal instinct?
A Basel instinct. I have no idea.
Primal fear?
Primal fear is just being afraid.
Is that a natural instinct that animals have?
Yes.
Fight or flight instinct?
Yes.
You don't even think about it.
Correct.
Do you agree that victims of battered spouse or battered woman syndrome suffer from self-isolation, suicidal thoughts, and oftentimes substance abuse?
They may. Each individual is different. So they may.
And they may show signs of physical injury and illness such as bruising and chronic fatigue.
Yes, those can be signs.
The syndrome, battered woman syndrome, is the psychological effects of living with an intimate partner violence. They may have intrusive memories,
They may.
or they re-experience past traumatic events in their mind.
Yes.
They have high levels of anxiety,
Yes. They may.
hypervigilant when something doesn't seem right.
They may.
It leads to this fight or flight response that we spoke about.
Yes.
They have problems with sleep.
They may.
They often go into denial,
They may.
minimizing what is happening to them,
They may.
numbing their emotions.
Some of them.
Disassociation. A battered woman may often develop a defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during the traumatic experience.
Sustained.
Panic attacks, severe depression, very low self-esteem, poor body image, disassociation, learned helplessness. All these are symptoms of a battered woman syndrome.
Compound, something like vaccinated.
Sustained.
You agree panic attacks is one of the symptoms of battered woman syndrome.
Sustained.
What are the symptoms of a battered spouse syndrome?
They can be numerous symptoms, from anxiety symptoms, mood symptoms. They can have psychotic symptoms. It can be any vast majority of symptoms. Substance abuse symptoms, any vast majority.
Do you agree fear is a symptom?
Yes.
Somebody in a constant state of fear.
Maybe yes.
In terms of the abusive partner, do you agree that they would hit the victim,
Some of them, yes.
kick the victim,
They may.
punch the victim,
They may.
Choke.
Abuse takes all different forms.
choke,
They may.
burn,
They may.
destroy their belongings,
They may.
use weapons to hurt them,
They may.
threaten to hurt them, their children, or their pets,
They may.
take their car keys,
They may.
take their debit card,
They may.
take their vehicle,
They may.
control where they go and who they see,
Yes, they may.
force them to have sex when they don't want to.
Yes, they may.
Dr. Werner. I know you spent a short amount of time with her and you're saying you didn't get some of the answers. So whether or not,
Objection sustained.
if you'd have spent more time with Sarah Boone, could you have uncovered as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
I agree that she met the criteria, or that she had better
How
spouse.
about post-traumatic stress disorder?
It's possible.
Any redirect examination?
Yes.
You may proceed.
All right, redirect.
In your decades of experience, have you ever treated patients that suffer from trauma disorders?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you do that?
I have patients on my unit right now that I'm treating on a regular daily basis for that.
How about patients that meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Yes.
How many would you say over the course of your career?
Probably 5 to 6 a month on my inpatient unit.
And that's a lot of months.
Yes.
How long have you been doing this?
Since 1998, when I began my career at the University of Florida on faculty.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked about some diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
Any of these things that you talked about, narcissistic personality disorder, adjustment disorder, anxiety, battered spouse syndrome, any stress or trauma-related disorder. If the state wanted to ask you those opinions, would you have been receptive to more materials before making any opinions about those topics?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that you don't have enough information to necessarily make a complete and proper diagnosis on any of those things since you have not been provided those materials?
Correct.
Now, you testified that she does meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome,
Yes.
but you would be receptive to any evidence that you were provided, right?
Correct.
Going back to what you testified to on direct when the state asked you your opinion about this case, everything that you just talked about with Mr. Owens, does that change your opinion about whether or not battered spouse syndrome is applicable to the facts as Ms. Boone relayed them to you about this incident?
No, not at all.
And why is that?
Because again, she just.
Objection, Judge.
What? Okay.
Answer why?
Yes, so based on my interview with her, the way that she described the incident to me, and that they were laughing and having a good time, it didn't play into relaying any kind of triggers or any kind of trauma.
And I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes by the defendant as I. Does this photograph inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who was the aggressor?
No.
H for identification, same questions. Does it inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who the aggressor was?
No.
Same questions for G.
No.
F.
No.
E.
No.
D.
No.
And A.
No.
If those specifics as to what happened and who was the aggressor is dependent upon the credibility of somebody, would you want to take into account all the things that can make a person credible or less than credible?
Yes, you would want to take that into account.
And you talked about alcohol use disorder. Would you take that into account if somebody is under the influence of alcohol or been consuming alcohol when they relay a history as to things that happened? Would you consider somebody's alcohol use and level of intoxication in evaluating the credibility of them as a historian? And you were asked about whether or not you did any testing for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
And you didn't.
Correct.
You already indicated, however, you believe that Ms. Boone meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
That's correct.
Again, that doesn't change your opinion that you gave when talking with me on direct examination,
Object, ask and answer.
Overruled.
specifically about this question about the testing that you did not perform. Did this lack of testing have any change or effect on your opinion as to whether or not battered spouse syndrome applied to the facts of this case?
No.
You were questioned about insanity on cross-examination. You recall that?
Yeah.
Would you agree that simply because somebody is mentally ill and meets the criteria for diagnosis such as schizophrenia, bipolar, any of those psychotic or mood disorders, that doesn't necessarily make a person legally insane?
Correct. The two aren't equal.
Likewise, even if somebody meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, does that mean every action they take against their intimate partner is justified?
Correct. That's not that they would be equal.
So even if you do have battered spouse syndrome, even if you are in an intimately violent relationship, that doesn't necessarily mean any action you take against your partner is justified.
That's correct.
No other questions?
State, can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
If you have a phone number, you can reach out to them.
I may be released, potentially subject to recall. Thank you.
All righty.
State, you call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would move P for identification and evidence.
It's a videotape or audio.
So this might be where we get into the videos in the 911 calls and the body cam.
State moves P for identification and evidence.
Oh boy. Is it happening? Is it happening?
Any objection to what was pre-marked as P? Counsel, any objection to what was pre-marked as P?
Commissioner Butler.
No, he's offering it in evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection, states 21.
State moves V for identification behind the picture.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection, states 22.
May we approach?
Yes. Part of this, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not
Yeah,
conduct any
so-
independent investigation or research. If the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions with anyone or amongst yourselves about those things. And we'll bring in 5 after. Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna skip ahead.
Guys, our jury.
Yes.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Madam Jury, again, do you comply with the court's instructions during our break? Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may proceed with the balance of your evidence presentation.
All right. I think they're going to publish now. Brace yourselves if you've not seen this.
Has been entered into evidence as 20. A DVD going into the first folder, OCSO 18-067501.
Counselor, are these audio or video files?
This first one, Your Honor, is going to be a video file.
Dim the lights.
Okay, so I've referenced these quite a bit since this happened. So this is getting into what I think is some of the most, what's even the right word? Disturbing, damning, shocking, harrowing evidence that really changed, at least for me, my understanding of this entire case and the dynamics between their relationship. So this is going to be the body cam of law enforcement showing up for those prior DV incidents. There's also going to be 911 calls. So there's going to be like audio, and then eventually it'll get into the videos from her cell phone. But it starts out, I believe, with the body cam.
Thank you.
And for record purposes, two.
You may proceed, sir.
It is very disgusting. And that is another good word. Thank you. Yes, good word. Super sad, also accurate. For anyone who didn't hear this question that I posed earlier, I'm going to pause it. For anyone who didn't hear this question that I posed earlier, I was thinking about how I don't know that anyone's even brought this up, but you know, when you think about George Torres weighing 103 pounds at the time of death, the suitcase itself would have weighed, I don't know, some amount of pounds. And Sarah was supposed to be around 100 pounds at that time. You know, the whole thing about her picking up the suitcase and shaking it, and you think about that weight would have been more than her body weight, his weight plus the suitcase, and it would have been all like dead weight, even if he was alive. I'm using that as like, because of the fact that it's all concentrated into one suitcase, right? It's not like it's dispersed. I mean, would it even have been physically possible for her to lift that and shake it? Because I mean, I'm thinking about that. I don't think I could lift more than my body weight, like off the ground and shake it. So I don't know. Let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that. Because that changes things.
And he's going to a whole bunch of shit. I'm just saying that. No. I'm probably just saying that. But like, oh man, he let loose on my ass tonight, and I'm not having it. Okay. I got kicked in the face. Okay. Kicked in the face.
That you know if there's no guns, anything.
No. I know, baby. You guys are doing your job.
All right, Sarah here.
Yeah, right there. Go get him. I swear to God, they can do that. You guys did.
Got a good view of the pineapple.
What's his name?
George.
George, all right.
There's nothing you guys can do right now. I swear to God, I'm done with that too. He the fuck out of me tonight. And I'm done with it. I had to go to work tomorrow.
What's up, George? You want to talk to us? One time. Talk to you inside.
So I'm just paused it real quick. So Need Some Z says, I don't think so as far as the shaking question. I pushed her on the floor, yes. I've also thought that she might have pushed down the stairs. I think that's pretty much established that that's what happened. You know, I wonder if the whole shaking thing, her story about shaking it, was her way of minimizing, you know, the truth within the lie, right? Her way of minimizing, like as if to indicate there's some event that happened and there's some way that it ended up upside down. Or sorry, I guess right side up. But I wonder if that's almost like replacing the pushing it down the stairs. I mean, thinking about it, it's like, I guess rolling it over, that seems like that could be possible, you know, flipping it over. But as far as lifting it, unless you're rolling it, right? So it's because if you're rolling a suitcase, it's got the handle, it's got the wheels. That's, you know, that's totally doable, you know. But lifting it and shaking it is a whole different thing. But I think it is pretty much accepted that she chucked him down the stairs in that suitcase.
For the record, this is redacted.
are the videos in States 22 redacted videos? Okay.
You see my eye?
I do see your eye. Okay, tell me how it all went down from beginning to,
Yes, my love.
okay.
Okay, so we were having a really good day and we went across the street from Muldoon's and everything was feeling fine and dandy and
Hold on.
I-
Hold on.
Beginning to,
Yes, my love.
okay.
Okay, so
She said to the law enforcement officer, yes, my love.
we were having a really good day and we went across
We were having a really good day.
the street from Muldoon's and everything was feeling fine and dandy and
And she even says fine and dandy again. Interesting.
if I talked to another guy because he left, came in there and got so mad, because I asked for a cigarette from another guy because he took my license, my debit card, and everything, cigarettes, everything.
Me too, Aziz. We're getting to that. I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts.
I asked someone for a cigarette, and it happened to be a guy. So he walked in and got super pissed because I asked for a cigarette from another guy. I came home. Mind you, my car is across the street still. Okay.
So you get home, you go inside.
Oh, man. Let loose. Mm-mm.
Okay, elaborate. So you open the door, what happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling your name? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh, man. I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need you, okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house. Did you start arguing? He started calling you names. He said he was.
No, I walked out, I walked in and I walked to the back. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette and just go to sleep. I just literally wanted to smoke a cigarette, I'm gonna go to sleep.
And then as you're making your way to the back, what
I
happened?
got caught on the stairwell.
You got caught on the stairwell, so he caught you on the stairwell. And what, did he get in front of you, started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened?
That's another similarity with the night that he died, with the whole thing about, well, it depends on which time you list, her story changes, but there's many times where her story is that she just wanted to go to bed, right? But he wanted to keep playing hide and seek. So there's another similarity here where she's saying, I just wanted to go upstairs and go to bed. And it's like he intercepted her going to bed. So I don't know.
It was bad.
Okay, elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up. Okay.
I understand, I'm trying to help you out, but
I know you are, I know you
I
are.
need you to elaborate a little bit. So
I swear
in the
to God,
stairwell,
dragged me downstairs. I went upstairs, tried to get into bed. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I didn't make it to bed. I didn't make it to bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
like in the hallway?
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye, what, you said he hit you in the eye.
That's what I see. That's what I thought.
Were you on the floor when he kicked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you get to the floor? Did he push you? Did he pull you? How?
Normally what I do is, because he does it so often, I just go to the floor. I just go to the floor. So I'm pretty sure I don't really recollect. I went to the ground.
Okay, and then that's
I'm
when he
so
kicked you.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't mind. So you went down to the ground.
Yes, that's what I do.
Did he kicked you with what? Do you recall which foot?
Right.
Right foot, okay.
Heel.
His heel. Okay. And you say you've been together for.
Because I asked for a cigarette. Because he left my ass in my car across the street.
Okay. You said you've been together for about a year?
And a half.
A year and a half?
Yes.
Okay. You live together, obviously?
Yes.
Okay.
I just recently went for a divorce. He's been there with me. He knows all those stories, blah, blah, blah. But.
I know. I'm just trying to.
This sucks. And I could have worked tomorrow.
Do you want those fire departments to come out and check you out?
baby.
No? Okay. Okay. Do you want to press charges? You can smoke a cigarette if you want.
Can I talk to you though?
You're talking to me by myself.
I don't want to be taken. He's supposed to figure out the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Do you want to fill out any paperwork? Do a statement? No? Okay. Smoke a cigarette, sit down, smoke a cigarette.
I don't want to be in trouble.
I know.
The thing is, that if you don't want to press charges,
Look at this shit. Look at this my shit outside.
okay. The thing is, though, if you don't want to press charges because you don't want someone to get in trouble or any reason, if you don't want to press charges, then why did you call 911? I'll back it up since I was talking for a second here.
I know.
You guys have actually been out here twice now. Look at this shit. Look at this my shit outside.
Did this happen today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see it. It's ripped and I'm done a little bit.
I just bought this yesterday.
Go get it. Sit down. Smoke a cigarette. Do you think? No, it's fine. Do you have an ID with you? Is it in the house? Okay, we'll go find
I
out.
know my number if you want it.
Oh, that's perfect. Go for it.
500-791-77870-0.
870-0. Okay. First name is spelled S-A-R-A-H. Do you have a middle name?
Catherine. K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
Now we know her middle name's Catherine.
What's your last name?
B-O-O-N-E.
Date of birth?
10-10-7-7.
I get it. So you can't space my arm anymore. Do you have a cell phone number?
407.
407
716.
716
8684.
8684. Email address?
SKP.
SKP underscore
100.
1-800.
At yahoo.com.
Right.
Yeah, that's on.
Yeah, she definitely,
Sit down, smoke a cigarette.
yeah, she definitely used the law, if you will. I think it came up in opening statements actually, using the law as a weapon. I mean, that is 100% what it was. Because like whether she actually wanted to press charges or not, it was just a means of control for sure. Also, for anyone who's just now joining us, I wanted to show something I made real quick here. Hold on just a sec. I'll have to change my screen sharing here in a sec. Do. Sorry, just getting it. Do. Here we go. Okay, let me zoom in. So there you go. Dancing with the dogs. Just had to make that. So Boston Terriers. All right, back to the videos.
No problem.
I 100% agree with this. I think that is definitely what was. I think either she injured herself or forced him to injure her, based on what we will be seeing it very soon here.
Turning now to folder OCSO 19. 2021-054.
Can the parties approach just for a moment?
Okay, approaching.
And continue.
Within this folder, the first thing that will be published is a file that's an audio file, 911 call _R1.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 Grand Square, apartment 3. 4748, what was the street name of the area? 4748 Grand Square, apartment 3. Okay. There's nothing that I would call, but I did. And you can beat the fuck out of me. You said Frank Lane? That's what it comes up as always. Okay, and then what was the apartment? 3. Okay, and what happened then? He just beat the fuck out of me. Who is he? George Torres. Is he still there? Yes. Okay, where's he at? Up in the bed. I'm outside. Okay. I did not like that. Okay. Do you need any medical attention? No. I just have a lump on my head and I just got these fuck up. That's all. Okay, what's your name? Sharon. With an H.
We'll leave medical attention.
Okay, and George, you black letter head? He's Hispanic. What is he wearing today? Oh gosh. Just tell the sheriff's case, that's all it means. I don't even recognize because he just showed up. Okay. Do you have his date of birth? February 13th, 78 to 1378.
Okay, 78. So I have talked about this before about the thing where Sarah had said that one of his daughters was in her 30s. So he was born in 78. So he's a year younger than her. So in 2020, he would have been how old? 42 or something, right? So yeah. So if he had a daughter that was in her 30s, he would have had to have been what, 10 years old having a baby. So I don't really know. I just wanted to, I had mentioned this before that I couldn't remember the year he was born. And so it's 78. So that's, so now we know he's 1 year younger or was 1 year younger than Sarah. And according to her, had a daughter that's in her 30s. So.
And I swear, I'm just going inside because he's not on leave and he's not supposed to be here. But he's here. How long ago did this happen? About how many minutes ago? Okay. I'm done. Yes, ma'am. I can't do this anymore. Okay, and I just need a description of you so that I can identify you when they get there. I'm white. I have 30 blonde hair and blue eyes. What color is your pants you wear? Am I? Yes. Black. Black shirt, black pants? Pink shorts. Pink shorts? And you're outside? Please don't get me in trouble. There's no way that I can get in trouble for this. No, just stay where you're safe. You said you're outside, right? Yes. Okay, does he have any weapons that you know of? No. Okay. And did he hurt you with anything, or was it only his hand? Fist. Just his fist? Okay. And you don't need any medical attention? No, I always get over it, but this time I I'm not getting over it.
Understood, okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just help you, okay? Anything, just give us a call back, okay?
Wait, can I sit out front though?
Yes, definitely stay out front, stay out front. That's what I said for this.
I'm gonna walk around the house.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
yes, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Now publishing a video labeled 19-054917_BAT_DV.
So we learned earlier on in the trial that their body cam, when the video cuts on, the audio doesn't turn on until like a minute. There it is. There we go.
You call? What's going on? What's going on?
Really, Marco?
Hey, get out of here. What's going on? You called? Okay, do you want to tell me what's going on?
How weird, right?
Oh. We'll be shut. Is she still in there?
So weird.
He's awfully, I actually got him off of the streets because I don't want him here. And he shows this, over the wall all the time. He comes over and looks for me and
Do you want to press charges?
what charges do I press?
Well, what's your relationship, man?
You want to press charges?
I guess boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay, how long have you guys been dating for?
2.5 years.
Okay, so that's a current relationship?
No, it's on and off.
Know.
I can't deal with this shit.
So she even says on and off.
When's the last time he stayed the night at your house?
2 weeks ago,
2 weeks ago?
and he figured it out.
Okay, so why is he over here today?
Can't deal with the one or the other, is what he told me.
Okay, so
I'm not allowed to leave him.
you're not.
Tell me, fuck no.
Okay,
He's mad because I went out with my girlfriend,
okay.
and she introduced me to another gentleman.
Mhm.
He's not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. And he got pissed.
Okay, so you came over today, you let him in because you're gonna talk, right? Okay, then what happened?
Not really pissed. Really pissed.
Okay, so you guys start arguing and
I don't want to argue. I can't argue. I was just taking down his speaker.
okay, so when you say taking down the beat, just like describe it for me, so I know. What did he do? Did he push you? Was he slapping you? Was he punching you?
All of the above.
Okay, you have to kind of explain to me what happened. Like, how many
Okay.
other steps I
Closet doors.
Okay, so you threw you into the closet doors?
Oh, this is the closet door incident.
Okay, you're upstairs, you threw you into the closet doors.
So
Did anything
remember-
break when you threw you in there?
Remember, when she tells the story about that, when she's on the stand, she says something about the metal closet doors, and she describes it. She says that there's the washer and dryer, and there's closet doors, and they're metal. And then yesterday during the live stream, when they were publishing the pictures, I've actually I pointed it out. I paused it and I was like, look, there it is. You could see exactly the washer and dryer and the doors were not metal. They're just like your typical like particle board, no metal.
My head? No.
Okay, but you said you don't need the fire department?
I just have really bad luck. It'll go away because I'm used to it. It'll go away.
Okay, let me see, where is it?
Right here.
Can you just put your hair back a little bit?
There's a lump. Right here. Like you can feel it.
Yep, I see it. Do you have any ear injuries?
No. I just, because he's not on the lease anymore, I know that he can't, I got him off the lease to not come over here anymore. And I'm trying to get him out of here. And he'll be here every day. And I heard that he's going to come home.
Okay, so there's another exit to the apartment, so he could be gone?
There's the stuff in my store, and I've been doing that. Please, and I've had a please. Which I had done 4 times, you're the 4th one.
Okay.
He's gonna have to walk, but I have a feeling he's upstairs now. Go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm gonna have to try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George,
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys slept together?
Had sex
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. So, but you guys are kind of on again, off again, and you're saying as of right now you're off, but
I've
within,
been off.
okay, but within like the last 2 or 3 weeks you guys were dating.
Honestly, no.
Okay. But at least there was some
I knew who he
expectation.
was.
There's an expectation in intimacy when he came over.
Oh, no.
But you guys, you said
Oh,
you
no. We were gonna try and figure it out.
Okay.
Oh,
But you want to press charges on us
what charges can I pass?
right now? What did he say? Just hit you with hands and feet and pushed you?
I got a heel on my face.
Okay. You keep being upset with me, but you're not really giving me the information I need. I'm asking you to kind of walk me through what happened, okay? Because I don't know. I wasn't there. Okay?
This is
So I
consistent.
just said you guys were upstairs.
This is consistent with all of these incidents where she calls law enforcement, where she can't ever tell them what happened. And you would think that that's like obvious, like clearly that's what you have to do. Obviously, he's asking you. But this is consistent throughout where she can't ever really explain what happened. So we can keep that in mind.
Okay. But that means lots of different things. That's why I need to know what
This
you
is
did.
why I have all of this over here, is because he continuously stalks me and he strangled me multiple times.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start to lose consciousness or anything while you were strangling you?
I couldn't breathe.
Did you feel yourself losing consciousness?
No, I didn't lose. I just couldn't breathe.
Okay. Well, for about how long was he strangling you for?
Till I got him off of me.
Okay.
Look, can I tell you something before you call him whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I did my back. I did my back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any, like an object or anything?
No.
Okay.
He threatens me with a bat.
Today? I'm talking about today. Did you pick up a baseball bat and threaten you? Okay. Tell me about that. How far away were you when he had the bat?
I
How
was
close
in the
were you?
bedroom.
And where was he?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Was there anything in between you guys at the time?
My dog.
Just a dog? And how close was it to you?
So that's interesting. So that would actually support that the bat is kept in the bedroom, because she's saying, I mean, if any of this is true, I mean, who knows, right? But I remember thinking it was interesting how when she was on the stand, they made a big deal about having her explain where the bat was next to the suitcase, right? And remember, she was trying to tell a story that would indicate that the suitcase was always downstairs, that it started out downstairs because they were going to donate it, right? It'd been down there for a week. He gets in it, already downstairs. And then the bat is, she says, he asks her, where was the bat? And she goes, right there. That's what she said on direct. She's like, it was right there, like leaning up against the kitchen table, right? That's what she said. And again, that if that's not true, the reason she would say that is to try to support the story that the suitcase was downstairs, the bat was downstairs, and she only got the bat when she was going to quote unquote poke him. But this sounds like the bat is upstairs, which, you know, which we're going to get to the other videos that maybe support a completely different story of how he ended up getting in the suitcase. And that would also change maybe the timeline of when he was hit with the bat. And this would have been prior to him coming down, him being thrown down the stairs in the suitcase. So this would all make sense if the bat is kept upstairs. That would make sense with, you know, the suitcase being kept upstairs, which is where it normally was, right? The whole donating thing didn't make any sense. Suitcase is upstairs, bat is upstairs, people are upstairs. And then, you know, again, we'll talk more about it.
Couple feet, 3 feet?
3 feet.
Okay. And how would he hold the bat?
Threatening.
Like, what do you mean? Was it down by his side? Was it up like this? Like, how was it?
He said swing.
So he had it up?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Did he say anything to you while you
So we
holding
can
that?
see her demonstrating the gestures.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Because I technically left him 2 weeks ago, which is why he's not here now. And it's not because I have friends. I have friends. And my friends want me to get out of my gloomy, doomy bullshit. So they try to introduce me to nice gentlemen,
Okay.
whom he is not.
Okay. So he's holding the baseball bat, and 3 feet, you guys are up in the bedroom, and he says, I dare you. Okay. And you were scared, correct?
I'm so scared of social life. I'm crying.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can get him to come out. Alright, if not, this is your place, right?
He's not on the lead.
Okay. And we
I
have,
talked to the apartment members. I had taken off the lead.
okay. Alright, hold on.
Sir, what is your name now?
Tonia.
But the door is open.
10-4 County. If there's anybody know, can I get 44?
Don't get me
Hey, George? Hey, George, Sheriff's Department, can you come on out? Just hold on. Hey, George, I can hear you. Come on up. George, Sheriff's Office, come on out. What's going on, man? Come on here, talk. What's going on? Talk to me. What's going on today? Do you speak English? Yes. Okay, so tell me what's going on. Why are you here right now? Because she called me. So tell me, you want to tell me what's going on? This is really cool. Where are these cuts on your neck?
That's me, man. Is she over there? All right, We got it.
Did you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck?
Yeah, now, baby.
Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Okay, good.
Hang on. I'm gonna back it up a sec because I think there's a lot of interesting things here. First of all, he looks like he's been asleep, but she claims that these events had just happened, right? He seems to not even know why they're there. And meanwhile, he's like trying to make sure that she's away from him. Like, is she over there? Like, he's afraid of what she might overhear, kind of thing. But then also, he doesn't offer it, but the law enforcement officer notices scratches on him and asks, do you want to talk about it? He's like, no, not really. So let's just.
We got it.
Did you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck?
Yeah, now, baby.
Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Okay, good.
So I'm also wanted to point out, I don't know if anyone else notices, let's look at his physique and how it changes over the course of these videos.
Wow.
He's very confused. But here he looks skinny, but not like malnourished, right? Like he looks like he's got muscle tone, you know. He doesn't look like extremely underweight, I would say. From what we can see.
Why am I getting cuffed up? Hold on a second. Why am I getting cuffed up, sir?
Why am I being hooked up? I mean, the thing is like, it's not in a way that's like, you know, some people, they are clearly belligerent and they're clearly committing criminal acts and they know they're doing that and they might get handcuffed and they might be like, why are you doing blah? He's like genuinely confused to me. That's he's not defensive. He's not belligerent. He's not loud. He's not angry. He's not mad. You know, he's just confused, it seems like to me.
Can I put my 401 diagnostic here?
Why am I getting cuffed?
Okay, come on in.
Yeah, why am I getting cuffed up?
We'll talk about it in a sec, okay?
We'll talk about it in a sec.
Yeah, what happens in no, I know. Okay, I see what happened.
As far as we know, Sarah is still sitting over there on the curb thing.
You been drinking today? Yeah. Okay. A lot or a little bit? Like, do you understand what's going on right now? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and read these, okay? I'm just gonna need you to answer yes or no after each time I ask you a question, okay?
He's reading his
You have the
name
right to
right.
remain silent, do you understand that? Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you, do you understand that? You are entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now and at any time during the question, do you understand that?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost, do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Yes or no? Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Okay. Do you understand these rights as I read them to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you wish to talk to me at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what happened today.
What is going on?
She
What is
said
going on?
that you
Wow.
hit her and you choked her.
What?
That right there. I'm gonna play that again.
Sir.
I'm gonna
No, sir.
play that again. His reaction, that is huge to me. That's huge.
What?
Hold on. I need to go back for a minute.
Tell me what happened today.
What is going on?
She said that you hit her and you choked her.
What?
That is a genuine reaction to someone who wow, right? That was definitely a turning point so far in these videos where it's like, wow. Because if he's not doing that, right? All of this stuff has been premised with everyone accepting that he was abusing her, right? But she was also abusing him. But this is like the first moment where it points to like potentially that he was not abusing her or that there's more to it, right? Like, did she do these injuries to herself? Because he had no idea. He has no idea. It just changes the entire thing.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, she's got a lump on her head. How did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know. She just take me in. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you push her, hit her, anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay, how did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know.
Okay, what brought you over here today?
I was trying to get my ID and my social and my birth certificate. And she's not trying to give me that.
Okay, but obviously you've been here for a little bit. I mean, your shirt's off, you've been drinking, so you didn't want to just come over here to get something. So like, how long have you been here?
For a while.
Okay. So what about, so a while, like an hour or 2 hours? Okay, how long have you guys been dating for?
We've been together for 2 years.
For 2 years? Okay. Are you guys still dating right now, or are you broken up? Okay.
I think he said kind of broken up. I was going to say too, it would make sense that, she steals away his ID, his birth certificates he needs, right? That matters. So he can't get a job. He can't do, this coercive control that she has those items so that then she can say, okay, you got, when he wants them back, obviously he has to come over to get them, right? This is what I think is a pattern, so that he has to come over to get those items. And then she can kind of suck him back in. And it seems like he was maybe drinking, either passed out or fell asleep. And potentially, while that was occurring, while he was asleep, who knows what she's doing. But now she's got supposed injuries and calls, So the whole thing speaks to it looks like to me a lot of luring him to come over. Not just so you can manipulate him, not so you can give him his shit back, because she ends up not wanting to do that, of course, right? It's just a lie. But I think there's a thing of wanting him to come over so that then she can make these police reports of abuse. Like in other words, if he wasn't there, then she couldn't claim that he beat her up, at the time, essentially, right? So it's like setting it up. It's like a setup, essentially, I think is what this looks like to me.
And I work right there at Ace.
Okay, so you came over here
really
for a while ago, an hour or two. What have you been doing since you've been here? Okay, so just spending time with her, and then all of a sudden she decides to run outside and call the cops. Why would she do that?
Good question.
You don't know?
She's nutty, dude.
She's nutty.
Okay. That's fine. But
I think I can hear her.
Yeah.
But what you understand, what you're telling me isn't really adding up. Because she gave me her side of the story.
What she said?
Maybe she's saying that you had it. That's all I need, it's Ma'am, I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be over to talk to you when I can. Every time you start
Needs
yelling,
backup.
you're interfering.
She's the one that she just snapped out of nowhere. She's mad because
He said she's the one that she gets mad out of nowhere.
she took me out of the lease. She took me out of the lease. And I told these guys of the lease, I can't cash my check. I can't cash my check. What about her? So he eases off to her.
Okay, so you can order to talk to her about cashing your check?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you've been here for a couple hours. Okay, so what happened to make her run outside and call police? Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bruises at her. But you're not telling me what happened. And you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now.
I don't even know what happened.
Did she hit you?
All the time.
All the time. The difference in the way he says it versus her, right? When she talks about it, like even just with the same officer, it's so overly dramatic. It's like she kind of doesn't really answer the questions. I don't know, but this is like, this looks so truthful to me and genuine. And it's like, if I were this law enforcement officer, having just talked to her and then talking to him, I would be believing him personally.
Who hit who first?
She does all the time.
She does it all the time.
So she hit you first?
All the time.
What's today? I'm talking about today. You don't know if she hit you today? Huh? Do you have an ID on you?
She has it.
She has it?
He has his ID. I mean,
can you grab his ID for me?
No. I don't have it.
He said it's in the house.
No. I threw it in the bushes.
Where in the bush?
I threw it in the bushes.
Because I need it.
Frank, look, whenever I tell her, oh my gosh, the front door is open and I don't even know where my dogs are. Oh, here, find the dog. I don't have his ID.
You said you threw it in the bushes. Where in the bushes did you throw it? Could you please go look over there?
Look at her barefoot. What the fuck, man?
So what's happening?
It's in the back of her car. You said he hit you, he beat you, you have a bump. Okay?
I don't have it. You can look up here.
What a mess.
Publishing portions of 19-054, or pardon, 054917_BAT_DV-2. For the record, it is about 47 minutes, 20 seconds long. State will publish 000 to 2 minutes and 19 minutes to 22 minutes. And all evidence will go back to the jury with a scrub computer.
These get progressively worse too, in my opinion. This might be the one where she's like really unhinged with the law enforcement officer. I think it is. This one's crazy. Yep.
Where were you?
His brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere in here if they didn't find it. I don't have it.
So
No, I'm needed because it makes getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking him questions. So that can just.
hang on. It looks like she's gesturing to the bushes. Is it a different day? Okay, this is 6/15/2019, and she's wearing a black shirt. Let me just back it up a second. Is this the same day? Hold on. Okay, this is the same day. This is the same day, but this is a different officer. So, okay. She's gesturing to the bushes because they're still trying to track down his ID. Wow, look at, yeah, now there's backup. Okay. Taking his hand.
Where were you?
His brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere in here if they didn't find it. I don't have it.
No, I'm needed because it makes getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking him questions. So that can just.
I'm not making any more go that I could, friends. I'm not. I've already looked through here.
Okay.
Jorge, get your stuff done over there. I'll get her started on all this. You know what I'm saying?
She also has my birth certificate.
Listen, she said that she's doing the bushes. I'm trying to find it. If you're looking here, you want to be meeting it.
You told me I'm not going to get one. I love you. I don't know what it is when you're asking me for.
Okay, maybe he didn't get to it yet. So I'm looking to see it. Oh, yeah.
This is so wild. So it's unclear there who she's talking to. I think it's the other officer. I don't think it's George or Jorge. I think it's the other officer based on what happens next.
It was the backside of this. If you get any more bruises that show up that you didn't see while we were here.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have and I have documented?
He's going to jail for this, so the rest of that can't leave anything up. But if anything else shows up, you can go take that paper down to
It's
headquarters.
not gonna be anything else because she's taking him down.
I
Put
mean,
him under the jail.
He's going.
Under the jail.
Okay. We're all set then.
What else do you, I could show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and.
I know, it sounds like you guys need to probably not hang out with each other anymore.
Hello,
I know,
that's
I know,
why I
but-
left him 3 weeks ago.
but this also isn't the first time, so, with both you guys, with the cops out here.
No,
Okay,
I've had to lie to you guys 3 times.
and you shouldn't have to do that, so let's make this maybe the last time.
Now I'm not lying.
And I appreciate that, okay, and
Her demeanor through this is just, I don't even know what to call it. Guys, help me out if you have any ideas.
keep going, okay?
They're gonna come and tell me.
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're gonna come and tell me.
If you,
I want you to know that. Look,
if you're, are you talking about
Yes.
family?
yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know, I am full blown. They're gonna come and tell me.
go down to the courthouse, okay, and get an injunction against them. Did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place for you to
They're
go tonight?
going to come and tell me.
Okay, so you got the victim's rights pamphlet, you know there's a place you can go tonight then? It's in the
It's
bed?
domestic. I'm gonna go sleep over her house,
Perfect,
neighbors.
okay. You have any more questions?
Can I get you on?
Oh, gross.
Cool.
Can I get a hug? And look at her doing that face. I mean, it's like, is this the tactic that she would use with George? Like,
Because like it still baffles me how she got anyone to like her because she's just like so awful. Like I don't see how anyone like we've not seen any circumstances where she's not a complete and utter. I don't even know what the word is. Like I can't even picture her. Like it's hard to imagine her having friends or like getting anyone to like her. I don't know.
I didn't tell her that. Okay. Have a good day. Okay.
It's
That's
like,
good enough.
oh my God.
I know.
Ew.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. That's fine. Okay.
Now she's laughing.
Have a good day. Miss.
And whatever the psyche says,
Okay.
tell him
Yes,
to
okay.
speak.
Look at that. So now look at how her emotions. So, and but I should just clarify. I guess I could see how she gets people to like her by manipulating them by, she has tactics. I guess the bigger question is how would people just naturally like her? Like if she's, you know what I mean? Like if you just met her and she's not like, trying to, I guess if she's just being herself, but God only knows what that would be. I don't know. I just can't picture. I just have a hard time picturing her life.
Did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place where you can
They're
go tonight?
going to come and tell me.
Okay, so you got the victim's rights pamphlet, you know there's a place you can go tonight then? It's in the bed?
Domestic. I'm gonna go sleep over her house.
But like, I guess where I was going with that is like the puppy dog face would be, I bet she's used that before with other people,
Perfect.
Neighbors.
Okay. Do you have any more questions?
Definitely completely.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, it's on another level. Yeah.
I didn't tell her that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough.
It's crazy because like when you compare this to how like we thought she was drunk before, like on the Suitcase video and like other times, like we didn't like, it's crazy, right? Like just in comparison, she's like, it's wow.
I know. Thank you. Okay. That's fine. Okay.
Laughing.
Have a good day. Miss.
And whatever the psyche says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to
okay.
speak a dick. Hey. If y'all
Okay, have a good night. Good night. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
tell him to thank you.
Oh my God.
Publishing video file axon_flex_2_video. It's the only one that starts with that name in this folder.
It's still the same day. Is that her over there? Like, I'm just wondering, like, where's she go? Is this her over here, like, lurking? Like, there she is, like, Psycho, like the movie, like, I'm thinking, like, horror movie, like, there she is, lurking, crazy music, cue crazy music. I think that is her. Yeah, they took. I bet they're like, who's gonna talk to her? Yeah, I called it.
Come over and give me a written statement about what happened.
Oh boy.
I have it over here by my car. Sure, just stay right there.
So this is the law enforcement officer who's been at a statement.
Now, Jorge, you get your stuff done over there, and I'll get her started on all this. You want to sit down in here? Is you all right? Okay.
Don't leave.
Come on, let me call you here. Let's get this done.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you. You're not being arrested. So,
Okay, look, I'll come over and see you in like 5.
come on.
Thanks, buddies. They know.
Let's get this done.
They know.
Okay.
Oh my God, I cannot.
Now,
Wild.
would you come in here so we can do your statement, please? Stop this. Sit down at the table and let's get your statement.
He's like, stop this. Like, what is happening?
He didn't believe I would ever do it. How much took for it? Is that okay?
Sure.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. Huh. I mean, this is insane.
Never thought I would do it.
Did you?
Never thought I would do it. There's the stupid bike.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
Yeah.
Nice house.
Need your ID, please? No, ma'am, I just need your ID.
Okay, look, I can write that on the couch.
I will give you the statement to write. I need your ID, please. I don't need to sit on the couch to fill this out. You
Oh my
can.
God.
I sit down all day, and I appreciate the offer.
Yes, it's comfy.
It's comfy.
I just came out, sorry.
Wow.
Thank you, God, he's gone.
By the way, there's a coloring book and some markers and shit there.
Oh, man, they're gonna come over here and try to kill me. I don't want you to know that. They're gonna come over here and try to kill
Who's that?
me. His brothers and his mother and his father. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Don't open the door for him.
It doesn't matter. They all go out there and rant and bullshit and everything, and then they cause a commotion, and then I get complaints against me. Anyway, my name is Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Sean Savage.
What's your name?
Jeff, Deputy Brown.
Jeff.
You should not have said his first name. He's like, Jeff. No.
Did he get caught up?
He will be. Do you have a phone number, ma'am?
Notice there's a pineapple right here. I wonder if she took it off the door or is that another pineapple? Now I wouldn't be surprised if she took it off the door because it was covering up the unit number, which we learned when we did the field trip with Google Maps. Because believe it or not, it's still the last time Google Maps did that area, she was living there, which I didn't know. I thought that somebody had put the pineapple over the door, the apartment, or sorry, the townhouse number, because they moved in and they didn't want people like coming and gawking, which would make sense, right? But it was through these videos. There's at one point where she says there's a pineapple on the front door, and I was like, oh my God. And that's when I was like, oh wow. That's so when we did the Google Maps field trip, that was from when she still lived there. Because that was part of why I had difficulty finding it, because there was a pineapple covering the unit number. So I'm wondering if she took it off the door so they could find her unit. I mean, that would make sense, right, for them. I know it was there initially because I pointed it out earlier when one of the first body cam videos. It was initially still on the door. I wonder if she took it off, or is there another pineapple?
Okay, 8684. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope, you're not.
We asked him this like a million times.
Did you do something you should be arrested for?
Right?
Okay.
Good question.
The last time I fought back. Or 20 years.
Notice when we watch these, and it, like the 911 call and all that, like whenever she talks about that specific incident, she always says fought back. She never says defend myself. She says fought back.
Do you have an email address?
SUSAM, PSN Paul _1800 @yahoo.com. You can told me come sit down up here.
Oh my
I
God.
sit down all day. I appreciate the offer, but want to get this done for you. A little more comfortable for me to stand and do this.
I can't tell you how amazing it is.
Wow.
Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say that.
Oh wow, there you can y'all, you can see her in the mirror popping up. Dude. She was saying, like, I can't tell you how amazing it is that you're here. Let me back it up a second. Watch her pop up in that mirror like a wow, that's creepy as fuck, man. This really could be a horror movie, dude. Watch.
I can't tell you how amazing it is. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sorry. Oh, crap, the car's still there.
Okay, come on in and sit down so you can get this filled out.
It does look like the same pineapple that was on the door. Order.
Okay, what I need you to do is you'll just print your name right where it is, and then I need you to just write the story about what happened today.
Print.
Yep.
Here's the dog bed. As we see this body cam, keep an eye out, guys. I'm just gonna throw this out. Let me know if you guys see a dog crate anywhere. I don't think they used them. I don't think she had any. I know she had the fat. But keep your eye out for a dog. I guess she's attempting to fill out form now.
So is this a husband, boyfriend? Are you guys married?
No.
How long have you been together?
2.5 years.
Was he drinking or anything today?
Yeah,
Both of you?
I have.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's my artwork thing, but because I do artwork, but
Okay, I need you to fill up the, very
I
nice,
do artwork.
very nice.
I have a drink 17 years ago, and I do artwork.
She's showing him her artwork. Hold on, because I heard him say very nice, like the way you would say to like a kid or something when you need them to be quiet so you can concentrate. But like she's just showing him something. What the fuck? Hold on.
Artwork thing, but because I do artwork, but
Okay, I need you to fill up.
Yeah, show you my artwork. Hold on. Fuck.
Was he drinking or anything today?
yeah,
Both of you?
I have.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's my artwork thing, but because I do artwork, but
Okay, I need you to fill up the, very
I
nice.
do artwork.
Very nice.
And he's like, dude, wow.
I
Wow.
have a drink 17 years ago, and I do artwork.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Meanwhile, there's like a kid's coloring book and like markers on the table. And we took a look at that art earlier. Actually, I think we've done it twice now on the screen.
And who called the police? Did you call the police? Okay. Call 911?
Yes,
I mean,
Very good. Has this happened before?
3 times. The last one that came up, and they're like, oh yeah, we read your statement, so no, kind of.
it's weird that she, like, it's like given what we've seen of the quote unquote artwork, it's weird that she thinks it would impress anybody. Like, it's really interesting because I don't know how any adult could think that another adult would see that and be like, wow, like, if anyone hasn't seen it, I can pull it up. Let me know.
What's going on?
So 3 times the police have been here? Was there ever, was sheriff, were there reports written when they were here?
I'm not really sure about that. I didn't have to sign anything.
Okay.
Not worth it. Okay. I'm not really sure what else he's saying. I'm about to like.
What does it say? Can you read it to me?
Throwing me off the bed and beating in the head and stuff. Am I supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
I'm just gonna what?
Yep, everything that happened. Yeah.
Let me see my neighbors out there, because I know their children are not kind of house and they know who it is.
So what was your phone number again? 407?
Whatever she's doing, I don't think she's writing down her feet because
407-716-822. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope.
fucking wrong.
Out in the car still.
County charge $25.
Okay.
Could you give me 424 case number, please?
Stopping publishing at 10 minutes, 0 seconds on that file. Proceeding to third folder, OCSO 19-055572. Publishing audio file 911 call, -first.
911, what is the location of the emergency? Well, I didn't have an emergency here at my place, but my boyfriend was arrested, I think, last Thursday. And he has a no contact form, and he took it upon himself to come over to my house yesterday and took the bike that I bought for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card. So, and okay, admitted, yeah, if he bought it, then it's.
But hold on, I'm gonna back it up because I want to make sure I get the date on this. If they say it, because I'm wondering if it's exactly a week after that prior incident we just saw, because she says he was just arrested.
Well, I didn't have an emergency.
-first. Publishing audio file 911 call, -first.
911, what is the location of the emergency? Well, I didn't have an emergency here at my place, but my boyfriend was arrested, I think, last Thursday.
So we don't have a date yet, but it would. I mean, it seems like it's probably referencing what we just saw in terms of his arrest.
And he has a no contact form, and he took it upon himself to come over to my house yesterday and took the bike that I bought for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card. So, and okay, admitted, yeah, if he bought it, then it's like this. He didn't. Okay, that's fine. I need my debit card though. Like I have my 8-year-old son coming over here and I can't get my groceries for him. Okay, then what's your debit card? My address is 4748 France, FRANTV, okay, Ward. So what's your apartment number? 3? Your apartment number? 3? Okay, just to make sure I heard you right. Sure. Okay. Have you used anything else with that credit card? Yeah, you bought beer and cigarettes. Yeah. Alright. Okay, ma'am, what's your name? Sarah, Sarah. Okay, Sarah, you call back is 407-716-8684? Yes, okay. And he's at his parents' house right now, so if you need the actual address over there or whatever needs to be done. I'm sorry, Sarah, what did you say? He's actually at his parents' house right now, so I don't know. Okay, well, we're just up to you first to make a report, okay? Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna get all this information in here, but because it is up to you, I need to send it to you, okay? All right, so when did this happen? Yesterday. So, your ex-boyfriend? Yeah, I mean, technically he's my boyfriend, but yeah, at this point he's my ex. All right, what's his name? George, Jorge. Buffin. Torres, Torres. Okay, by chance do you know how old he is? He's 41. 21378.
Well, there you go. So she says he's 41. So if he had a daughter in her 30s, what, 10? I mean, how does that work?
Okay. So guys, please what can I do? Are you like my first edit? I'm like, so what color shirt pants are you wearing? Right now I'm wearing a blue shirt with white short pants. And there's a green pineapple on my door because it covers up the three. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you or in your home? No. I mean, I have a baseball bat, but that's just only when I'm here by myself or me and my little 8-year-old. And you said the pineapple covering the three? Yes, the green pineapple covering up the three that says welcome. And I have a little bird flag out front. Okay. All right, sir, we're going to the detective available to you, okay? No worries. All right. Thank you very much for the help. You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Publishing audio file 911 call -2nd.
911, what is the location of your emergency? I don't necessarily have an emergency. It's 4748 Grant Court. 4748, what's the street name? I'm sorry, what? 4748 and the name of the street. Grant Court. And what's going on there? It's no contact thing. Okay. He's over here again. Okay. Is it branch? Stop me hand straightening. Okay. Is it branch court or French court? FRANCD. What's the appointment number? 3. And what's going on there? Too much. Okay. What's going on? Oh my, I don't know what my dog, she does. Hold on a second, please.
What is she?
I'm sorry, hold on. Come on.
Oh, she's talking.
No, I gotta go on the plane. I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm so sorry to take your time. No, get out. Oh, ma'am, what's your name? Sarah. Okay. Get out of here. You picked my pantry. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Do you need a deputy? No. Excuse me? I'm sorry, what you asked me? Do you need a deputy? No, not necessarily. I'm trying to get my dog. I have a blind dog and a deaf dog. I'm trying to get them in outside. Okay, you're dialing 911. Yes. Okay, and you don't need a deputy? He's here again. Take it. That's mine in full voucher. You're eating in my pantry. And who's this person to you? Oh, ma'am? Yes. Well, the first office you're gonna send somebody. So, I'm okay. Regardless. I know how it works. I'm okay. That's not yours. Hello? I'm still here. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay. Yeah, so. What do you want me to do? Put it back. Thank you. then. Okay, you're just somebody you're over, so like, do what you gotta do.
All right, have a good day.
Publishing the one video in this file that starts with file name Axon.
What's up, bro? It is. So what happened? What's going on now? Did this just happen?
What? No.
I said earlier.
Oh, no, Ryan moved in, we dropped it.
So who called?
So now we do have a date. Okay, so that makes sense. So now this is says 6:18. The prior videos were 6:15. So this is in response to the 911 call we just heard, I believe. Right?
So what's happening?
Or no, okay, they did this out of order. So from what I could tell, so I guess the other videos were also 6:18 because she's wearing the same shirt. So I guess this is just another different officer's body cam from the same day as the other videos.
They're asking, not me.
Yeah, you speak to him. I'll speak to you, man. Come here.
Oh my
So
God.
I'm guessing it's all for a reason, right?
Actually, she's wearing a black shirt, but it's a different black shirt. Okay, so this is, I take it back, guys. This is 3 days later, I guess. I guess it was the 15th before, and now it's the 18th. Okay, let's watch this part again.
Yeah, you speak to him. I'll speak to you, man. Come here. So I'm guessing it's all for a reason, right?
Wow.
Only 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, but you realize he's here, though, right? Have you been drinking?
Like when you look at Brian Boone, who's like such a normal, upstanding citizen, I just, again, it begs the question, like, how the hell, how were they married for 13 years? How did he even go on a date with her or want to go on a date with her? I don't
I
understand.
had a drink.
Okay.
It was raining.
I didn't drink. No, look at the door. Like, you know, I have my guy.
Okay, well.
Yeah, after he's here. Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to do it. After. Yeah, after. We left earlier. We respected your wish. Yeah, we respected your wish earlier, okay? But he's here. Okay. That's the only reason. Yeah, I have to do it. You can stay right here. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. Oh, you can come back. It's not right. It's just sprinkling. It's okay.
Go in the corner if you want.
Yeah, just
but I'm literally begging you, no.
Yeah, but you know he's gonna have to. Stay.
Last week, we got into I guess a physical or whatever, I don't know. I got taken out of here without no shirt, no shoes or whatever.
And then you went and saw the judge, right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
The judge was like.
Was that female or male?
Female.
Female? Okay. What, you don't know what she said?
He was bad.
Yes. My head hurts. He's gonna find go down. That's a dog. I know. No, this is a thin blue line, but. Stop.
I think it's on the door again. I just saw it.
Did you get any form of paperwork?
I got paperwork, but I didn't get.
What was that paperwork?
Paperwork was,
And what does it say?
No.
With who? With who?
With her, but she never said anything like that. It was just the judge that put it.
The judge is the one that matters, right?
Is it?
Is she? I believe so. She's above us.
Is she above her?
She's the judge. She's the law. Okay.
Guys, you guys want to put me in.
Is my other guy here? Okay. So here's the deal, man. Your paperwork says that you can't have any contact whatsoever with her. Okay. And if you do, it's a new charge. Okay. So.
I like contact.
Have you been? Has she been drinking today? Have you been drinking? Okay. How long have you been here since?
I'm gonna be honest. You guys came here. She called me.
We know, because we went to your work of employment, and they told, and they told us that you just left. Yep. And we knew that. And we knew that she called you. We knew that. We knew she called.
Oh, it's just she called me and said,
Yep.
where's they coming?
So that's the thing.
Okay, so you know what's gonna happen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Set up.
Hard to hear, but he's saying she called him to come over, which makes sense, right? So there's a no contact order. Remember the same thing happened with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp at one point where there was like a no contact order and she called him to meet up or something. Same thing. So she calls him to come over and then calls them to say he's violating the no contact order.
Stand up, Proffer. You can take one last puff.
Please?
Yeah, one last one. Yeah, just put it out real quick.
Alright, wait, one more.
Wait, no, why?
Never make sure.
Relax, relax. Relax, okay? I want you to talk to your head. I want you to know around that.
Right, you promised.
I don't think they promised you that.
I did it earlier.
Well, that was earlier, this is in transaction. Right?
I didn't call.
You didn't say you called.
See, I told you.
But you did you call him earlier?
See, I told you.
Because he just told us. And we know the store told us.
I told you. Wait, is there anything that you do?
You're good. You can stay right there.
No, is there anything that is not?
No.
Not.
No, man, you know he has no contact order on a judge. He
Right.
can't be here.
He does know, and that's he did this on purpose.
Yeah, but.
You need help or anything?
No, we don't. We have our information already. So here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2:00 in the afternoon, you're gonna see a judge tomorrow morning. We'll see you today. It might be the same judge that gave you no contact order. Okay? That's it. from here on out, but until that case is resolved, you cannot come here, okay? Or have contact with her, even if she invites you, okay? She called us earlier, told us that you guys had a no contact order, okay? She don't want anything, charge nothing, but we told her because it's domestic.
Oh, how sad. He's got his Ace Hardware shirt on.
Alright, but Victor's got nothing on him.
So sad.
Hey, you have anything on you, right, bud?
So that's when she goes, I know him, speaking of one of the officers.
Okay. We'll make that cordial as can be. Okay, we promise it, alright? Lisa?
I love you, babe.
I love you, babe. I hate this so much.
I love you. Call Prophet Mom. Hello, get up.
I hate this so much.
Carol, call Prophet Mom.
No.
It's all right, babe.
Go, give me your mom some your photos. It's not there.
I don't know it.
You don't know.
Tino, Carol.
What's the charge? So the domestic battery charge that he got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge. Okay, whether she invites him or not, I don't. He knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning. Okay, he's now back, and he knows by the he can't get my time. No, he gets a phone call anytime. Yeah, he gets when he gets in. Well, if you got a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me, I'll give it to him.
You don't know your mother's phone. She had.
If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him.
You're not getting phone to somebody.
And make sure that.
Publishing from folder OCSO 19-078009. First item is a PDF of photographs. Second item is the single video starting with Axon.
last time I was here, you guys had a fight at the bar. And you were home like that.
No, we
Or
haven't.
he came home from a bar. Someone came home from a bar. Hey, who's that? Hey, George.
Yeah, what's up with the blind line? Is she there?
And that's why they say Jorge.
She's dead.
Can you just pick up?
No problem.
What's going on tonight?
You didn't think I'd call.
Go, sis. Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
What day? No, they're not staying on there.
Okay. And then you think this is my time? No.
No, baby,
Sarah, are you serious?
yeah, I don't want to be punched in the neck.
Are you kidding?
Told you I will not hesitate.
That's okay. Alright, go ahead. Because I want to talk about what?
Oh, he's nice enough to actually figured your shoes from last time.
Ma'am, you want to get charged for me?
Did you have a wallet you want to bring with you or a cell phone? Alright. Sarah, are you serious? Sarah, are you serious?
Punch me in the neck again.
Sarah, are you serious?
Am I allowed to something George about Psychologist?
Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you.
We're gonna go pause down here. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah. You sure you don't want me to watch it?
Yeah, come on, that'll work too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that just liked her.
Here we go. Let me back that up.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that just liked her.
She's the one who hit me. It's hard to tell anything after that, but she's the one who hit me.
Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have you in handcuffs, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in a court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you?
Yes.
Okay. At any point hereafter, you wish to remain silent, have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? All right. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything? Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement? Has any of that happened? No. Okay. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? All right. So, what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting at all.
Okay.
That's
What are you
what's
fighting?
happening.
I'm gonna take that in there so that. Huh?
I'll
I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
From him?
No, for her.
Oh,
That way you can fill this out while you're 10-12 with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
okay.
Okay, listen. So why is he so angry? What happened? Okay, can you explain the bruises she has? Let's look up and go. I want your version of what happened. Okay, so you did that. Okay, so you did the face and argue. You're away from you. You say that you did it all the time, but how did you do something to her? You know, you're going to the fence, no. You just said what you did. So, if you get hurt, you never do it, set up, you figure you can set it. That's huh? Sarah? No, you say that. I know, then I'm gonna go. I think you're fighting. Why happened?
Sitting on 22, 20 million, no means an hour ago. Today, 6 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 302 Riverdale, an hour ago, via text message, code 3 2013.
Sorry about that. Sarah, stop calling for it. Not welcome down there. I know, but I'm not gonna change things. I know why. Because you got a phone. You have a battery. And when I try to get the straight story, you don't want to give it to me. I'm saying this very clearly. You guys can. All right. I've tried. All right. And now that you're going in the back of the car, you want to give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I do nothing but play to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers. Okay. And you're beating around the bush. I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Do not start kicking and banging on things, okay?
Sarah, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number?
It's not him asking, it's us.
You said, hey, what? Thank you.
our Tuesday at Moss Bar, a private versus the business reference to refund as of 2017. It's like the female, pretty sure, would be a very anonymous CRB.
You guys not put on me, please. Please.
Fifth folder, OCSO 19-079759. First file is a PDF starting 48-2019. Second file is an audio file, 911 call, publishing.
Another 911 call.
It's not technically an emergency, just.
It's not technically an emergency.
Long been there so many times before. I'm not there, but I'm just trying to go home. What is the address? 4748 France Court. What was the street name? France Court? Frank. F as in Frank, R-A-N-T-Z as in zebra. Oh, is it France? I don't know if it's there or not. I'm sorry? Ma'am, is it France Lane? I'm guessing so. It's France Court, but it always comes up as France Lane. Okay, what exactly is going on? I would like to go home, but I can't go home because he's there. Okay, do you have some sort of restraining order against him, or? He has a no contact. Is there an apartment number? 3. 1 second. I'm at my former husband's house right now because I can't go home. I don't even know if he's there or not. He was there earlier, but I can't go home. Okay, so do you want us to do a standby with you? What do you mean? Like, escort you to the residence, or I'm not understanding what you mean, like. If I could, please, can you guys go over there and just see if he's there? Pretty sure he locked me out earlier, so I think he's probably there still. I'm not going over there with him then. I'm not. Okay, does he live there? No. Okay, so how is he inside the residence then? He has a key that he took. Okay, so is he breaking into the apartment? He's not breaking, he's already in the apartment. As far as I know, I don't know, like, if he's there or not. He knows where I had my key. Okay, what we can do is we can meet you a block away from the residence and go with you to the residence.
There's the part where she said he knows where
I don't know. I tried calling him to ask him to leave if he's not already. So I have my 8-year-old that I'm trying to watch out for right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I just want to go home. Okay, if you want to go home and you're not sure if he's there or not, we can meet you when you're about 5 minutes to a block away and go with you to make sure he's not there. Okay, well, okay. I'm about to be honest with you, kicked out of my apartment because you guys get calls so often and like the bodega comes.
Oh, wow.
And everything, and like the neighbors complaining about everything. I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to go home. Okay, regardless, the deputies are going to go to the apartment, whether it's with you, what I'm suggesting you do, or it's what you want to do. Just have them go to the apartment. So regardless, people are going to see that there's deputies going to that address. Okay, so when I called you guys like a couple of days ago, and it didn't make like not a ruckus, but like they made it like incognito, which is what I need, because I'm gonna get kicked out of my place. Okay, when we do a standby, ma'am, all we're gonna do is accompany you to the address and the deputy to make sure that he is not there, and then they will leave. If that's all that's going on in this situation right now that you're calling for, it's not gonna be like a big deal. And what happens when he is there? If he is there and you don't want him there, you can have him trespass. They're gonna make sure he can leave. I mean, if he does not live there, like you're saying, and he should not be in there, you can trespass him. You already have a no contact order with him. They will remove him. Okay, well, there was an altercation earlier, and I'll be honest with you, there was an altercation earlier. So that's when he came in, the altercation happened. So that's when I left. I fled, barefoot. Now I'm at my former husband's house. Okay, would you like the officers to meet you where you're at right now? I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. So. Okay, well, I mean, if you're wanting us to meet with you or go to your house, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. If they're either going to arrest anyone, arrest you, arrest him. That's all up to the deputy and what he concludes from the situation that's going on. So it's right now it's just up to what you want to do right now. If you want to do a standby, we'll accompany you to the residence. I mean, yeah, it's really just what you want to do. I know. I have to take my son to school tomorrow. Or what I can do is I can have the deputy call you about the matter. If you want to speak to a deputy directly, and if you want to do that first before having us respond out there. Yes, please. Okay. What's your name? Sarah. Hold on a second, Sarah. Thank you for your help. Actually, more ways than one. And is a good phone number for you 407-716-8684? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm going to set up a call for a deputy to call you over the phone, so you can talk to them directly and see what they say about the situation. And when they call you, it'll be from a blocked or restricted number. So if you get a call like that, just make sure you answer. It's going to be the deputy, okay? Yes, ma'am. All right. If anything changes or you decide you just want us to come out and give us a call back, okay? Yes. What was your name? My name's Rachel. Rachel, thank you so much for your help, and I've got the phone right here on the line. Okay, perfect. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, 41:30 to the end.
Yeah, both, please. Tony already. Is there a back door or sliding door?
Yes.
No.
If you go to 10-12, just let us know. Well, thought that was open for a second. Locked. That's all.
And he wants the back too.
Here, the back's locked.
Anyway, you want to call your ex-husband? You have a phone?
It's sorry.
There's a charger in that.
It's not in the house. It's not safe. It's not in there. Just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand. You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside, so he's inside. That's what I'm getting.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah. The keys in the house is not coming with the door, but it doesn't have my spare key. I can't get in. If there's no other way of getting in my house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me my spare key? Yes, please. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
Where's he live at, man?
I'm sorry?
Is that you said that's your ex?
Last night, right up the street.
Oh,
He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
perfect. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Is this your, who you think is your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
This is my place.
Okay. What, the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know.
Somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. Does he not have any weapons?
No.
No. He was arrested last week for bad behavior.
You guys actually want to take a picture right here? You can see that. Not personal.
Saw he was arrested before, was that also like one time? Last week.
Yeah, but. That's what I told you. And again, I was sleeping. You wasted when I was sleeping.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
Who did I know?
How much did he have to drink tonight?
2 drinks, and that was what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is this part here? Or is that something, so these 2 windows right here?
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
Right. But I bought one.
See a little bit of movement on the side.
It's about my dog. I have a blind dog and a deaf dog.
Oh, okay.
So I have a feeling it's probably text. Just the best one.
Does he have anywhere else to go? Or is this the only place he has?
It's his parents' house.
Where's that at?
80-15 Mile Boulevard. It's on the street next to the Suitcase.
Oh, gotcha.
Guys, can I say something now?
Sure.
If both doors are locked, it has to be in there.
Why is that? You can't lock it from the outside?
No,
Doesn't he have a key here for you though?
unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. He has to be in there. Especially the back door.
Is the spare key, was the spare key in the house?
I hid it outside because he locks me out all the time. So I'm gonna say that then. If both doors are locked, it has to be in there. Y'all can have to see, y'all can open the door.
Yeah, you're gonna stay outside till we make sure nobody's inside.
Okay, bye. Thank you so much.
He's hanging out here.
I'm not going in there. There's no weapon.
George?
There's no weapon.
Ask for minute. Ask for minute. Reference building, sir.
I know.
County 120, 124, Charlie.
Thanks, sir.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building search?
Everybody make an answer?
Yep.
You guys don't have to do that.
Yeah, we have a way to do things. Just let's do our thing, okay?
Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out.
Okay, so this is when they find him on the bed.
Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out. I got a dog.
George!
Hey, Bobby. Yeah. We have a ton of plants on the right side.
Just when you get to the stairwell, just fuck your, go right up, or don't go up, that's when you got up. George, please. If you're up there, let us know, because we're coming up anyway. Go ahead. Run, whenever you're comfortable.
Yeah. Open door right there.
I think that's the kid's bedroom.
Okay. Just get that way for me.
Yeah.
Have someone come in and bring you going that way.
Boy! Show your hand. Come out with your hands up. George, step out with your hands up.
Put your hands behind your head.
Hey, turn around, face away from me. Turn around. Walk back to me. Walk back, walk back. Just being the same right now. Why didn't you tell us? Interrupt you. Huh? I didn't hear it. There's a reason you're sitting in the bathroom. That's what.
And once we're trying to move on,
Go back to normal.
Hey guys, can I?
Before you we're not doing anything right now. All right, we're not taking out a room. I'm gonna take you out of the bed right here.
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happened today? Got a light in here?
Yeah.
You just gotta pull the thing?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't even know what the hell happened.
There's a reason you're hiding the bathroom, so.
I,
don't act like
So here's one of the things I had mentioned. So noticing the changes in his physique. So now we are in September of 2019. It's only been a couple months. To me, he seems noticeably skinnier. I know it's kind of dark, but he seems noticeably skinnier versus the earlier videos.
No, I know that. I know that because we had a discussion and as
His shoulder.
usual, and I am in the wrong.
This is sad. We had a discussion as usual, and I'm in the wrong.
What? I am with the what is it called? It's called no. But we.
How long have you been here? How many days since you got released? When did you get released? Because you were arrested last week, right?
Yeah.
All right, when did you get out?
Let's say
Also, I just
3 days ago.
gonna note, I guess there's more quote unquote art on the wall here, if you can call it
Or
that.
something like
It was
that.
on the weekend?
Yeah.
Today's Wednesday, or was it Monday? Or was it this weekend or was it Monday?
The weekend.
So this is another
After that,
notebook check order.
Did you guys talk, come back here, and
This is a separate
This
notebook
weekend?
check order.
everything was fine between you two? Till tonight? What happened tonight?
I don't know what happened tonight.
George? 3 cops in front of you, you're in the bathroom.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
He looks way skinnier than me.
Right?
Wifey is nuts, and she always freaking starts stuff. And she.
So that's what I'm asking, I'm telling you what happened.
She puts it on me
Okay. She puts it on you.
all the time.
Here.
Well, you're not, none of that gives me any insight as to what happened tonight.
Nothing.
You both are very big. She's very big, you're very big. Any more than big,
What is she being big about?
I can't discuss what she's discussing until you discuss to me, right?
So isn't this interesting, right? So that he's like saying that she's being vague and he's being vague. They're both being vague, and he's like, I need more details. My personal opinion, I think she's being vague because she's been vague this whole time, right? She never, because she's not made up a good enough story. She, isn't telling the truth, whatever. I think I think he's being vague for different reasons, but we're gonna learn more. Wow.
We just want to hear your side of things, but everybody wants to hear my side. Yeah, all the time.
Georgia, general, okay? Because this isn't the first incident between the two.
No, I know
She's
that.
been arrested as well, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at how much skinnier. Well, he's way skinnier. Way skinnier. I mean, he looks like he's lost a ton of weight, man.
You all drinking?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. I can smell alcohol on her, so I already knew that, obviously. But,
Interesting. So he notes that he can smell alcohol on Sarah, but he doesn't say that he smells alcohol on George. And we're gonna get I've got thoughts on his skinny. Yeah. So needs some disease. Notice that I have thoughts on this. We're gonna get to it here in very shortly.
We've been going through a lot. Right now, I work at Ace right here across the street. And we're going through a lot, and they're about to shut down and whatnot.
the Ace?
Yes.
Okay.
Talking about the job at 8 shut down.
We just saw her next one.
Can I please have some water?
Oh my god, dude. There she is. It's like again a horror movie. It's like she's always right there. Like he opens the door to leave, and there she's just standing there. May I please have some water? Dude, look at how creepy though. This is like stuff in nightmares, man. He's like going to leave. Nice place though.
Can I please have some water?
Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna back it up one more time because I want to look for a dog crate.
We just saw.
Dark. Turn on the light, man. Wait.
right there. Is that a dog? Maybe a cooler? Ooh, what is it? What is it? It might be a cooler.
Can I please have some water?
God, it's so creepy.
Yes, wait, there's a, you can't drink that for right now? Oh, you can't come in here for right now. Okay, you're gonna have to wait. Give us a couple minutes.
This kitchen. Why is the place all dark? Like, why are there like no lights? Weird. I couldn't live like that.
Are you injured in any way? No. Any shape, back, no. Did she injure you today? Did she hurt you? Mentally, maybe emotionally, or whatever?
At least he's asking the question, right? Did she injure you in any way or hurt you in any way, even emotionally?
Any physical injuries?
You know, I think whoever is talking to him here might seem to have an idea of what's going on, because I'm just getting this impression that he's like sensing the dynamic between these two people.
No. I'm the one. I'm always the one. You're the only one saying that. You're saying that. I'm always the one. But you're the only one saying that. Nobody here's saying that. But if you don't help me, how can I help you? If you don't tell me what happened, how can I help you? That's for my woman. Okay. Sometimes that's what it is. Is that as much as you want to give me?
He's being really patient. There's a reason he's being patient. I think, dude, this is like really sad, right? At this point, right, these officers, some of them have been here before. And others, if they haven't been there before, just have seen this history, you know? But imagine though, if I have the feeling that this law enforcement officer sees that this is worth, man, it's almost like seeing into the future, right? Like, this is not going to end well, and it's probably not going to end well for him. And he can, like, I don't know, I'm just getting this feeling it's like more than just trying to get the police report, blah, blah. You know, especially when, for all intents and purposes, on paper, it looks like George is the aggressor, right? He's the one that violated the no contact order, blah, blah, but yet he's like telling Sarah, go away. And he's like trying to give George an opportunity to where he can feel safe. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is like, it's still, I mean, it's just sad. I mean, you know, I've mentioned it before, but like the whole thing about, you know, society believing people, but you've got like Me Too, right? And then you've got people that take it back by like fake Me Too's, like Amber Heard, Sarah Boone, you know. But like, imagine if you're a dude and it's like there's society is still working on being able to believe women, right? So how's it going to go if you're a dude, you know?
What's he saying? There's okay, I can't say that. If you're not going to tell me what's something I can't, I'm not going to tell you what she told me to see. Know exactly what it is. Can't feed you information.
So that's interesting. That's interesting. The cop is picking up on that too. He wants to know what Sarah said. You know why? Because his job is to make sure their stories match. And whatever she said, he would go along with. And that's why the cop said, I can't feed you information. He doesn't know what to say without her giving him like direct orders, basically, you know?
Why? Why not? Would you call? Would you call?
Look, I've never been in that position, so I can't say.
I mean, the other thing is like, he is always quiet. His demeanor is like subjugated, if I had to come up with a word, but it's like quiet, it's cooperative. He's never angry. He's never over the top emotions. There's no drama. There's no anything. He's not loud.
he's not overly emotional, you know, I mean, you just compare that to her.
That is your beefcake. Ain't like that. My girlfriend's mom, she's crazy, so.
I think let me back that up. I think he says something about my girlfriend sometimes acts crazy. Wow.
This was like it. That is your beefcake. Ain't like that. My girlfriend's mom, she's crazy, so.
Or my girlfriend's mom, she's crazy. There's another officer there. Both of these officers are trying to give him the space to open up. He looks like he's been in a concentration camp.
I am, what am I gonna say? I'm actually wrong right now.
You're in the wrong right now?
Yes.
No matter what way, you're saying you're in the wrong, no matter what way you cut it?
No way, shape, or form, you know that I am.
I can respect the responsibility, because most guys won't even take responsibility.
You're gonna take me in no matter what.
Well, that isn't actually necessarily true. I take girls to jail all the time, but that battery all the time.
No.
He said I take girls to jail all the time. That's good.
You're gonna take me in because I did the no contact.
You know what that no contact said?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
What is it?
I am fucked.
What are you not supposed to do?
Oh man, you're the one that took me this time. How you?
I think it was better than all.
It wasn't me. I don't work this time.
They're not, they're a little similar. They look a little.
Our hairstyle's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same guy. I promise.
No, I promise you, I will remember you. It's not me. But what did no contact order tell you? What did the judge tell you?
Was not
You don't know.
in contact with her at all.
What about in relation to this place? Are you allowed to come back?
Oh yeah, no. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. You just have no place to go?
No, I've got a place to go. But
Your mom's place?
Yeah.
They still live there by Twisty Tree?
yeah.
I do my homework.
But before you guys take me, can I get at least shoes on?
What kind of shoes you want? You want some comfy ones, some fly ones?
Like those, no fly ones.
Before they give him clothes to wear. You know, here's the thing. I think the reason that he was asking those questions, it matters, right? He's like, okay, so you know you're not supposed to be here. Yep, we've got that clarified. He knows he's not supposed to be there. No contact order. Okay, check. Now, why are you here? If you know, like in other words, he's asking, like, why would you be here if you know you're not supposed to be here? Is it because you have nowhere else to go? And he's like, no, it's not that. I mean, I think they're reading between the lines, right, as to why he's there and what's going on. And we know from that previous event with the no contact order that Sarah specifically called him and told him to come over. So, you know, they probably have those notes. Hopefully they've seen that. Hopefully it's in the file. Police report.
Get the blue ones, please.
This one right here?
Yes.
Look at this.
Which shirt you want?
And that black one right there.
This just is like heartbreaking, but also like nice to see at the same time. Like just they're making sure they pick out the right thing that he wants. He said the blue one. I think he's referring to a shirt. I don't know.
This black shirt?
Yes.
Those-
You want socks?
Yes.
Do you want socks?
You got a wallet? Phone?
My phone's upstairs.
Got it. Have a wallet.
Not that shirt. Whatever.
There's another black shirt that's come. No, it's this one. Is that the other one? They're both inside out. I don't know.
The ace.
I wish any of these law enforcement officers had been called to testify, because we didn't hear from any of them, and I would be really curious what their thoughts were. You know.
Yeah.
You like the next one?
Yes.
All right, we'll do that one.
Can I
I like what I'm getting from this is like they have to arrest him. Like that's the thing. And Sarah knows this, right? When you violate a no contact order, it doesn't matter. There's no circumstance under which you're like, if you violate that, there's nothing. Like it's in It's in the letter. That's why they always ask him, like, do you know what it says? Well, because it's like point blank, if you violate this, you will be arrested and taken to jail. There's no way around it. There's no anything, right? It's just, it is what it is. And both parties would know that. So I think that it's like they have to arrest him and take him in. They have to do it. But they're doing it because they have to as per the no contact order, you know? But the way that they're treating him, I think they see that there's something else going on. And I just appreciate the humanity that's displaying.
Please, what do you need?
So I can put them on?
Oh yeah, we'll handle that in a second. Let's get the shoes on.
Okay.
Where do you say the sock drawer?
Top shelf, yes.
Is it black or white?
The white ones.
Okay.
How many years have you got?
3 years.
3 years, really? That's always behind us?
My phone's somewhere in the house. It don't really matter. I'll answer. Okay.
Just step up right here for me, please. I'm just gotta get him. Are you okay? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Just a quick question. He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know what's going
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
So I timestamped it. I haven't finished the timestamps on the last live stream, but I've done some of them. Anyway, there's a timestamp for George's phone. This was one that was easy to miss because I feel like we didn't really know about the phone for sure until we like saw it in this last video that we haven't gotten to yet. But it was actually mentioned, but it was like really quick in passing with one of the law enforcement officers. Anyway, it's timestamped, right? But they asked something about what else. Oh, I guess it was Detective Copsel, maybe. Anyway, but they asked about what other contents were like in the suitcase or whatever, or like nearby the suitcase. And I believe that when they're talking about what was in the suitcase, that's the first time there's mention of a phone. And they don't say whose phone, right? They're like a phone and it was dead. Well, that's his phone. Because she had her phone taking videos, right? So anyway, she's saying she doesn't have his phone right now and he's looking for his phone. I guarantee you she has his phone.
That happened in front of my phone. Wait.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
Okay. They're not on here. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere. They're not on here because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
If it's supposed to ask, you can ask him where they are, please.
Okay.
I only have one set.
Okay. You don't know where his phone is? Okay.
Now, again, if they've had access to the prior reports, they'll probably see things like she's been taking his birth certificate, she threw his ID card in the bushes, and that they're probably like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100% she has it right. I know. And like you, again, if you don't know the history, you would probably think, oh, well, yeah, you know, why would she lie? But if you look at the history, just even from the police reports, right, for prior incidents, it's like, yeah.
She's asking about her car keys. She said we asked him, should we ask him right now?
He doesn't have enough in progress, so.
He always tries to say he has them, but she would say, I remember her saying on the stand something about how he would wear them, or I think it was when she was on the stand, he would wear them around his neck or something. Yeah, that was when she was on the stand. And like, he doesn't have anything around his neck, so.
She's up behind your vehicle.
Yeah, do you want to just take that or?
Okay, yeah.
No, he didn't have anything in his pocket. We can take pictures real quick, if you don't mind. We're gonna take one overall. Man, do you mind? Stay right there.
Actually, a little more this way, but so we don't get the police car in there. You said what?
I thought that was really interesting, the part where she was saying that she was going to get kicked out of her apartment townhouse because the neighbors are complaining. There's always police. But man, now it makes sense when they're like asking the neighbors and they're like, yeah, we avoided them. Sorry, I was talking over her. Hold on.
He didn't have anything in his pockets.
Incredible. Like she's like whining-ish, crying-ish, but it's like, my car keys. Like, what the fuck? Dude.
I'm gonna go on this side one.
Yeah. She is so possessive, but yet she possesses all his stuff. Like she's
coming this way, so you want-
stuff and other people's stuff. Just how is she even so? How do you make it nice? I don't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah. One dog's sleeping downstairs and one's in your bedroom.
Coming from the area. Someone else seen or heard?
You have any other questions? I'm sure they're in there somewhere.
Car keys. Piece of work. Piece of work, that one.
That's it for that exhibit. The state is at the pleasure of the court and the jury if we want to proceed.
This
Can
is
the parties approach for a moment?
This is that fork in the road where they ask the jury if they want to go home, and the jury's like, no, we want to finish this. I don't blame them. I felt the same way when this was happening.
I got a note this morning. Are you okay with staying until 5:30?
Stay.
To video and audio record impact is labeled.
All right.
First file being published is img_0665.mov. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever you leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave?
Yes.
And here he's got a sweatshirt on, but look at his face. You can tell from his face, dude, he's lost so much weight. Holy shit.
Just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house?
Yes.
Exit?
Just let me know where you're going so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else to say, Dad?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No.
Yank.
No. Just let me know where you're going so I know where you're at. So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like shit. Where's she at? I know where you told me you were going to be at. So that way I can go.
This sounds like someone who's worried about someone else's safety. You know, like I know that there's people that have this with like friends or family members where it's like, okay, like if you don't hear from me in X amount of time, like, you know, you might look into it type thing, right? Like it's like he's like, I just want to know where you're at so that if you're gone and it's been a certain amount of time, I can make sure you're still alive kind of thing. That's kind of what this sounds like to me.
So I'm not allowed to have friends?
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I need to go see Boone.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends. By yourself because you know what's happened already.
So it sounds like she's cheated on him.
You understand what I'm saying?
So I get to go see Boone.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get to go see Boone.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying though?
I just find it so hard to believe that she had any friends. She has no redeeming qualities at all.
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search. Date modified indicates 12/29/19, 12:26 p.m.
End of December.
Hi, fuck you.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright, so this is my sheesh, you gotta put it all on my face, dude. I know you're filming me, but you gotta put it on. The fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rush.
Yeah, you're bumming.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Well, there you have it, right?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. I've been trying. Pardon me. The phone. I've been trying to get some of that right there. She found some of the shit. Now, what's going on? She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm cooler than you.
No, yeah, you are. You are cooler than me. You are cooler than me. She is cooler than me. She is beyond cooler than me.
Oh, I want to get this on film tape. Did I take you serious tonight?
No.
Did I take you serious at the beach?
No.
Then who was blaming on?
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better? I don't want darkness because you're not dark. Ooh, there she goes. There she goes.
So what do you guys think is going on here? He's filming her. What is happening? Like, what is she doing?
What are you filming? You filming me filming you? You filming me filming you?
What's this thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watch porno. And wait. It stopped.
My husband.
Also, I was watching porno. She don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not no big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
I'm gonna trust you.
I know. I'm not struggling myself.
Say it. Begged,
Yes,
pled, cried.
you begged.
I didn't, you did.
Well, whatever. Okay, yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled
pled
and cried
and cried
for me to trust you.
for you to trust me. But again, I'm not
Did
sure.
you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
Good.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Yeah. So you remember this. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now? How much alcohol did you drink?
Enough. You drunk?
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
Again, so much skinnier.
I haven't bothered you since then. I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, don't wait too long.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. And then for two people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Especially.
Okay. So look at how he's sitting. And we know she was making him sleep, like, or at least this instance, he was on the floor. So this isn't the only time I've noticed that there's more than one occasion where his natural position, if he's like sitting, is to be tucked up with his knees tucked up to his chin like this. But what I was thinking about is how he was asleep, like in, I think like this, but with one leg stretched out up against the wall thing. And, you know, think about how unnatural that would be. So when I look at his positioning here and how, again, there's other videos where he's sitting in a similar manner. And then you look at his weight that's been decreasing. Does anyone have any thoughts on why I was maybe saying keep an eye out to see if there's any dog crates in the house?
Things that I keep on my front page of my phone, so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything. So sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
I telling you about my first day at work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing.
Yeah, so I have to wonder if she was in control of everything. And remember, when they were interrogating her, interviewing her, and asking her like how much she eats, and she's like, he eats all the time. He's like 5 meals a day, like a horse, blah blah. And it's like, dude, I think she was starving him. I think she was depriving him of food. And I realized when I had the thought about the dog crate, and I haven't seen any dog crates in the house, it dawned on me. How would you have, right? Like the question everyone's been at, like, how did you fit in that suitcase, right? I have to wonder if, and there were so many questions. Remember when the detectives got there and they just asked so many questions about where is that suitcase usually kept and blah, blah. Were you guys on a trip? I have to wonder if he was being like trained over time in a way to sleep on the floor and then to sleep in a certain position. And then he was being maybe starved. And I wonder if it wasn't the first time he'd been in that suitcase. I wonder if there's times where she made him sleep in that suitcase as a punishment. Because so easily his body folds up like this. And even when sleeping and not in a restrained, confined area, his body naturally does this position. It's like, there's examples of this. So, okay, you've ordered the same thing. So we're like examples of that, where like if people are in a certain body position for a certain period of time, eventually it's like your body just does that position, even when it's like relaxed, like asleep. I mean, I think that this was a thing, and like that would explain how he was able to so easily get into that suitcase. And if it was something that was happening, he wouldn't have thought anything of it, right? If it was like she was punishing him by making him get in there, or if it's just like that's where he was being forced to sleep, that could explain how he, it's not anything out of the ordinary for him. It should be, but the other thing too is if he had his phone in there with him, which it sounds like he did, he was so constrained within that suitcase, he didn't even have enough ability to call 911 or call for anybody, of course not, right? I mean, it's incredible that he was even in it. So
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the 4th highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
this is so weird.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't need.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car, midway sentence, because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't.
What the fuck?
I want to go to sleep.
This is insane.
Go downstairs.
All right, yeah. I know.
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this. Like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning, I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was up. I know how much was in it. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
How am I despicable? I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
Wow. I hate this.
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay,
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
get away from me.
This part. How?
Get away from me. You do everything to me all the time.
I hate this.
All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How's that?
Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment and until I can get you out, get the fuck
out of here.
I dare you. Yep, look at it.
Well, there's the baby gate. Hold on.
I dare you. Yep, look at it.
There's the baby gate. But it wasn't across the stairs.
Get away from me.
I think he's trying to get her phone.
Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything.
She said, I'm going to fucking hurt you.
I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
I'm going to fucking hurt you. Well, there you have it. I didn't even catch that the first time around because these were a lot to take in. My head was trying to figure all this out. I know, very, very skinny. Wow. She just said, I'm going to fucking hurt you. And he's not doing anything. It's just, I mean, this video, it's like, honestly, on par to me with like the Suitcase video in terms of like the best evidence of what was going on and who was the aggressor.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say.
He's right.
Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe. Like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
This is wild because she's like, I mean, this sounds like the one time she's not completely shit-faced. Like, she sounds like, I mean, she probably is drunk, but like, she's able to at least speak normally here, right? But I don't understand because she's drunk all the time. I mean, I don't.
Keep filming when that's what you want. Then I said, love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
I believe that. I don't think she loved him or liked him. I don't think she loves or likes anybody. But, you know, it's just interesting because, like, she was on the stand and she's like, I love him to this day. And then in the interrogation, she's like, I'm here now because I'm still helping him. Yeah, it's awful. It is evil. It's beyond. It's beyond. When this was happening that day, I was just sobbing uncontrollably. And it really, this to me is some of the darkest things I feel like I've seen in it. Like, this is really dark.
I think that's lost.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata, 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is gonna be missing later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when
All
I
day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes, even when I shave all of this off.
All day.
It's gonna be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing
I
boing.
would say 9:30. 7 o'clock maybe.
Shaboing boing. That's what we're doing later on. Shaboing boing. You can stop filming now.
Not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day.
You know, what's interesting about this is just so much like in line with her always saying, it was a great day, it was a good day, blah, blah, like all of, you know, I mean, like, what is it with her?
Cut. Somebody come in with the, can somebody come in with the, can you not?
Well, this is them hanging out outside, I guess, you know, like that was the thing. They would hang outside and then she would decide it was time to go inside. I mean, what the fuck was going on?
Next file is image_093.mov. Metadata, date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's, makes you better treat, and I asked him not to play with it. Cause I told him that I'm just gonna go to shit.
Is that the fractious music?
Next file is img_00975.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
So close to
time.
Look at how much skinnier even. This is what I'm saying, man. She was controlling everything in his life. I mean, I have no doubt she was starving him. I actually have thought to myself, I wonder if she was even poisoning him, to be honest. Because the whole thing with like the teeth and stuff. I mean, I don't know. And just also his weight. I mean, she's definitely not feeding him, but like, I don't know, man. I guess that's like their arts and crafts.
Sirens, 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 sirens. Sirens and sirens and sirens. And this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and call me Camille or anything?
You know, how about we forget about that? No, we won't.
I'll never be.
How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that.
He's a beautiful Lucas. He said, when beautiful Lucas is here, I don't want to hear sirens.
I want to listen to it. It's every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you gonna be nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you, I used to choose
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No,
Go for a walk.
no, I'm just gonna chill out.
Ah.
If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much, like, this.
Don't ever be a woman.
How can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can, some will understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. Some will understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from. But when you have a child and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with them. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and you stole my phone and called Gray.
Why is it that I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed. I didn't push. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drink too much and you're upset.
Drink too much.
Go get your fuck card shit.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
I mean, again, this is so much like when that first body cam where he's like genuinely confused. He's genuinely confused. And she's not even proving him wrong. She's not even giving him an example of like, here, look at my arm or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, this is evidence that she's just saying this and he's confused. Me. I mean, and again, he's not even like defensive. He's not angry. He's just like confused.
I'm turning this off.
Tell me whatever it is that you have off. Okay. You can film me, take a picture of whatever you want.
You can tell you're automatically
I'm not doing.
Do I ever get a butt? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yet.
It's not yet. I will not.
God, when she said that's my name, don't wear it out, dude.
Mr. J.
It is 5:28 and we have 3 minutes and 49 seconds of videos if the jury is capable of staying.
I got a thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
Wow.
Next image or movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
Hi, my fan. This is what happens when you're going upstairs to ask for where my car keys are. Because it takes you all the time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Why are they always living in a dark house?
Where are my car keys?
Where are you always at? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you took them.
Here he's in the bed.
Sarah, I didn't see your car keys. David,
Where are my car keys?
where they at? All the time.
Wait, or is he on the floor? Hold on. It's hard to tell because it's so fucking dark. Is that the bed or the floor?
Where are my car keys?
No, that's the floor. That's the floor.
Where are my car keys?
Where are you always at? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you took them.
Sarah, I didn't see your car keys. David,
Where are my car keys?
where they at? All the time.
What in the world are you talking about? They're in the.
I think it's
They're there with. Sarah. They're at the.
No, they're not.
oh, maybe it is a bed. It's hard to tell.
You took them. And why'd you walk away with them?
Why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now?
I mean, it's like she's just making all this stuff up just to make videos, incriminating videos. Like that's what I mean. You know, she's inventing things.
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
So she's, we're seeing how possessive she is about her car. Think about this though. We know he did go to that Publix by himself that second time to get more wine. I think, and I had this idea long ago about like the car keys playing into it. If he drove her car to go get more wine and took her debit card to go get more wine or whatever, like we're seeing that there's a history of her being really possessive about that. It could make sense how he comes back with that bottle of wine and she realizes that he drove her car and took her card or whatever. And maybe that some things changed that day. Although having said that, I mean, changed what? Maybe went from bad to worse, I guess.
Movie starting with file name B51, long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m. modified.
I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna tell the judge,
oh.
Listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand. Isolated situation, it has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind box interior.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She
Especially her.
Wait, hold on. What did he say? We're not the type of people. Let me back it up.
Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
Train us to, what is he saying? Train us to lead? Train us to be?
She
Especially her. So please, if you can, dismiss this case,
Close.
drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Oh. Did anyone else, when he says, I love you to death, did that hit anybody else hard? Also, I'll just note that what they're talking about is him going to court. So this sounds like there's, it's charges against her. I don't know if there's like additional charges brought after that first arrest or what, but this is him, of course she would never do this for him. It's the opposite. She's inventing things to get him arrested, but he's going to go to court and be like, drop the charges against her is what that sounds like.
Sign
What?
it. And they did.
Good, I love you.
I notice he's sitting in that position.
mean, I know it's dark and hard to tell, but he's in that same position with his legs. It's almost like was maybe not allowed to use furniture. And, I pointed it out, I think it was yesterday, right? Our second time going through some of Sarah Boone's testimony on the stand. And I pointed out how interesting I thought it was where she was like, he was sitting in Lucas's chair. And I was like, I was thinking about it and I was like, huh, because Lucas was sitting in adult chairs. Like these are adult, they would be adult chairs. And she was like, he was sitting in Lucas's chair. And I thought that's odd. And now that I'm thinking about it and putting it together, it's like, I wonder if he wasn't allowed to use the furniture. Because we know she didn't want him sleeping in the bed. Maybe he wasn't supposed to use the chairs. And maybe this is where we start with this whole like him sitting on the floor all the time thing. And maybe that morphed into like sleeping in a suitcase or,
Prevail, and it will take us out of this situation.
That'll be it for today, Judge.
God will prevail, and it will take us out of this situation.
God will prevail and take us out of this situation. I love you.
That'll be it for today, Judge.
All right.
Yeah, it's horrific.
Members of the jury, it is 5:33 p.m. I thank you again for your time and your service in this matter. I'm going to give you another instruction before I discharge you for the evening.
So, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to go back.
What is the?
Okay, sorry. I just was trying to pause it. So yeah, horrific. And, I have to wonder that one video where they're in the bedroom, like, also shout out to a new squirrel friend, Mag, welcome. I have to wonder if like that whole thing, like what, I just feel like there was something, that thing where they're filming each other. My gut feeling is like there was something kinky going on there. I don't know, like there's definitely some like kinky undertones going on with this. I'll tell you guys that there's this documentary I saw years ago, back when before I ever had watched a live trial, back when I used to watch Netflix. I always loved documentaries. And there's this documentary, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like about just people's different lifestyles or whatever, and like a slice, I can not slice of life. I don't know, just like kind of like what it's like to be. So anyway, I learned there's like these, there's people that have a certain type of kink, and I guess you could kind of call it within like the BDSM realm, I suppose, but where there's like, it's a humiliation. Okay. And there's like a subset of that where they like racial humiliation is a thing. And so, and then there's also another subset, infantilism. And what I am picking up on with this relationship is like kind of all three. There's like just general humiliation. There's like racial humiliation, and there's infantilism. But there's by no means is this a consensual thing, right? It's like, this is not the good way to have those things. If people want to do that, people can do that, and that doesn't have to be dangerous or harmful, but that's not what we have here. But I'm just, I'm speaking to like, she's got a really unique psychology. That's all I can say. I mean, it's just, there's just nothing normal about any of it, really. And I just, I hate it. I hate it for him. So yeah. All right. Should we start day 6? Let me think. I was thinking to get through both of those days today, but I don't know that we're going to be able to do that. Closing arguments. Yeah, that might need to be a separate stream. So Yeah, I think I'll have to split this up. I know this episode said 5 and 6. I think I'm going to split it up. We'll do episode 6 tomorrow. And then after we finish, not episode 6, sorry, day 6. And then after we finish that, what we're going to do is we're going to watch the Brian Boone body cam interview with law enforcement. And then there's also that interrogation with Sarah when they interrogated her, but it's a different angle where it shows all 3 people the whole time. And it's much clearer. And there's also an interesting interview with Mr. Owens. I think we'll watch. That wasn't the one that everyone saw. It wasn't like the press conference. It was a different one. And then we might also watch any interviews with the family members. And maybe if a juror comes out, fingers crossed, So, but yeah, so we'll do day 6 tomorrow. And then we'll finish up with, like I said, those interviews, body cam interrogation, like I was saying. So, yeah. So anyway, anyone that's new, please subscribe, join the Scroll Crew. It's the best crew in the world. And, if you haven't noticed, I've got playlists for all the different trials I've covered. There's a lot at this point. They kind of add up, which reminds me, I need to refresh the Idaho cases of interest and make sure there's not anything else on the Koberger docket. But we are also covering right now the Casey Anthony trial, gavel to gavel, and that's sort of been a little bit on pause for this trial. But that I think the next episode for that is scheduled for Monday. And if anyone hasn't watched that trial, I highly recommend it. It's not what you think. Highly recommend it. And for each episode, I also do have a highlights video that kind of goes over, some of the key moments in case you don't have time to watch the entire live streams. I know they're long, but it is gavel. So yeah. So anyway, thanks everyone for being here. Love you guys, and I'll see you all in the next one.